very great, very small. So in Raganuk Bhakti, we said that Lord is my friend, Lord is my son, Lord is my husband, right? Lord is my, right? The relationship is developed, my son. But in Vedi Sadhan Bhakti, we don't think like that. We always think that Lord is higher and I'm lower. And that mood should be there. Right? So in temple setting, we should not touch the deities when the curtain is open. In home setting, that's allowed, right? But we should not touch in front of any other devotee. As long as possible, if we follow, once we follow, we have to continue. Right? So that's why don't increase the lead. Right? Okay, I got a new DT installation has done, offer 56 chappan bhog. Right? Next day, chappan become 26. Third day, 26 become 10, then 11, then 1, then 0. Oh, that is God. Very, very wrong. Start whatever we do, maintain the continuity. Right? It should be, see, there are 3 rules. So punctual, we have to punctual. So Aarti, whenever I wake up, whenever I do snan, right, I become purified, whatever time, I will do Aarti. So sometimes 5 o'clock, sometimes 6 o'clock, sometimes 7. Today Sunday or Saturday, yesterday I had Bhakti Viksha, I wake up till 1 o'clock, next day I wake up 10 o'clock in the morning Saturday, and I do 8 o'clock, Sansara Dava. No. We have to be punctual. Right? Whatever we do, we should do punctually and consistently. Right? So, Bhoga offering, if you are doing, that's why don't increase the level of worship. If you are not capable, because in home setting, deities take whatever we want to, so lower the worship. Maintain it for some time. Once we get in the comfortable, then increase to next level. Okay, so in home setting, the mood of servant, we should think always that we are servant of God, not that I'm Yashoda and Laddu Gopal is my Laddu Gopal, right? In some state, like I know in India, when and they think that Laddu Gopal, Lakshmani and Krishna, right, husband, wife, so they kiss the deities because it's a Jamai, right? My son-in-law. This is very big offense. We should not be able to, we cannot do, we should not do. We have to maintain the level. So in Raganuk Bhakti, when Maharaj explained that 2 things, one is that internal and external. So if Raganuk Bhakti, even at the highest level of deity worship, right, Raganuk Bhakti, he will also, whenever in front of everybody, he will always, so externally basically, when everybody is watching him externally, he will strictly follow the rules and regulations. So he will do sadhana bhakti, Vedi sadhana bhakti externally. And internally, right, man, buddhi and ahankar, internally, he will be in raga anugam mood. Right? So he is absorbed in the thought of devotee, ragatmika bhakta, right? But externally, he will be doing whatever every devotee is doing. So we cannot make out that somebody is a raganubhakt or sadhana bhakt. So Maharaj, Guru Maharaj, you must have followed like most of the, he comes and stays in some of the devotees' home, right? He follows very strict rules and regulations, right? Chanting and all, right? So that is what he's externally doing, but internally he is totally absorbed in Krishna's seva. That we cannot make out, right? That's what the devotees Raganubhakt do. It's not that, okay, I Raganubhakt, so I offer whatever I like, right? I do arti whatever way I like. That is not a right principle. So internally, we can be Raganubhakt, but externally, we have to follow rules and regulations. Then deity worship means we should do Shravanam Kirtan. It's not that, okay, I am not chanting, but I want to do deity worship. That is principle that we have to follow first. Our sadhana should be strong, right? So whatever our chanting, and then we can do deity worship. There are 2 parallel lines, Raganubhakt and Vedi Sadhan Bhakti, right? So Bhagavad Bhakti is Raganuk Bhakti, right? So that where we don't do any deity worship, we don't follow rules and regulations. We just listen about Parikar, means eternal aspect of Krishna. That is Bhagavad Bhakti. And then Pancharatrika Vidhi. So Pancharatrika Vidhi, there are deity worship. So in that we have to follow rules and regulations. So the train goes on two tracks. Similarly, we have to do on a two track. So deity worship side by side. We should Shravanam Kirtanam, right? So Chaitanya Prabhu always like Bhakti retreat more hearing, right? So that is basic principle that we should hear about God. Otherwise, nothing will. We cannot go long, right? So that's why. Okay. Prabhu, how much time I have? Okay, so deity worship is which Archana Vigraha is also manifestation. Okay, so here you can see. So there are five forms or five manifestation of Lord. One is para. So para we can say is like spiritual world, Lord in the spiritual world. So we can compare it with the ocean. So ocean water is there. Ocean is full of water, right? So similarly, Lord is full in His complete mercy in His own Dham. But He is not accessible because we cannot go there. So similarly, ocean, we are here, we cannot go to ocean, so it's not possible. It's not accessible. Then viewer. So Chaturvyu. In Chaturvyu is like Vaikuntha, Lord is there. That is compared with the water in the cloud. Right? So the mercy will fall like rain. Whenever rain comes, it fall on us. Still, that is not accessible. We cannot do right away. It is up to the nature wherever the rain comes. So that is also not in our access. Then Vaibhava. So Lord appears in different His incarnation, His forms. That is compared with the river water. But Lord is accessible only to a certain class of devotees, not to everyone. Right? Then Paramatma in the heart. So in heart is like we can compare as a groundwater, right? As a well. So in well, access is there, but still you have to go to well. It's not possible. That as Archa Vigraha means a deity form is like a water tap. Nal chalu kiya, pani aa jata hai. Right? Similarly, we can whatever we want. Right? He's really very, very accessible. He can accept our worship directly and He can give fruits directly. So it is very, very accessible. So that's why deity worship is very, very important. And Rupa Goswami says, Sadhu Sangha, Nama Kirtan, Bhagavad Shravan, then Mathuravas, Shraddhaye, Shivana, Simurte Sevana. So Shraddhaye, Simurte Sevana. So with faith, right? It's not that deity here, faith nahi hai, to koi matlab nahi hai. When there is faith, then the deities will reciprocate. It's very, very important anga or limb of devotional service. So that's why devotees should have deities. If they don't have, picture is also deities, right? And most of the devotees have picture. We should start at least offering the bhoga, at least. Right? Whatever we eat should not go anything under in the mouth unless it is offered to Lord. Even water. Deity worship or idol worship, right? And idol worship. So Krishna is basically not idol. Right? He is invited, right? In a parampara. When the installation happens, the devotees come and they bring the deities in the parampara, and then deities become not a statue, but is authorized. So there is a Prabhupada gives very nice example. Guru Maharaj quote many times, like a mailbox. So in mailbox, if I mail something in Canada Post or US Post, it will reach the destination, right? But if I have a mail and I say, okay, who cares about US Post? Let me have one letter box, right? And keep putting the mails there, it will never reach the destination, right? Because the mailbox which I have created is not authorized. So similarly, when the deities, it's installed in a parampara, as an authority. So whatever we offer to deities, it goes to Krishna, right? It is directly, it is reaches his destination. Then ritual versus spiritual. Avoid blind faith. We should not have blind faith, but we should have faith. So it should not be, that okay, deities is there, so he will do more for me. Right? If Krishna was present in the battlefield of Kurukshetra, right? But he didn't say, Arjun, I will fight, you sit back. So हमें हमारा कर्म जो भी है, we have to do that. ऐसा नहीं कि भाई लेके आया आरती करता रहूँगा और कुछ नहीं करूँगा. हो सकता है एक लेवल पे, right? At that if somebody is very very exalted, it will happen. But we have to understand that we are following or practitioner of Vedi sadhan bhakti. So where rules and regulation comes, so that's why we have to do our karma, whatever is prescribed duties. Okay? We have to be practical in deity worship. So desh, kal, pradesh, right? Patra, time, place and circumstances, we have to adjust accordingly. Okay? So प्लेन में जैसे माता जी ने प्लेन में ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं, अभी है नहीं कुछ तो क्या करेंगे. There are flexibilities is given, so that we can use, but that flexibility, that doesn't mean that I will always use the niyam agraha and niyam agraha. Always, like wake up late, not offer bhoga, eat myself. No, not like that. Sometimes if we are, then we have to become little practical in a home deity worship. Time is up. Okay, anybody has any question? My time is up. So.
बच्चों को स्कूल में छोड़ना होता है, ब्रेकफास्ट जैसे लंच वगैरह होता है कि जैसे आरती से पहले भोगा करना होता है, तो सम टाइम भोगा रेडी करते हुए 10 से 15 मिनट हम लेट हो जाते हैं आरती में. तो जैसे टाइम तो 7:30 का होता है, पर 15 से 10 मिनट लेट हो जाते हैं, तो इसमें हमें फिर वो ही टाइम होना चाहिए या 10-15 मिनट ये लेट हो गए तो ओके है.
घर में बहुत ज़्यादा रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन है, बहुत नहीं होता है, लेकिन फिर भी कंसिस्टेंट रहो, जितना हो सके उतना आप इस तरह से प्लान करो. डे शुड बी प्लान इन सच ए वे के अब जिस टाइम पे ऑफर करते हो, जैसे मैं 5 बजे उठता हूँ, लेकिन आई नेवर डू आरती बिफोर 7 o'clock, right? You know that? Never do, because I know that once right now working from home, so I can do. Once my work is open, I will not able to do. Right? So that's why I'm not doing it. Consistently, I know that at 7 o'clock I can do, right? Because once my round is done, then I will be able to do it. So similarly, like we have to plan accordingly, whatever we can do. That's why don't increase deity worship to very high level, and then you have to come down. Right? So that is offense to the deities. He will not like, because he gets used to some, like similarly like your son or your daughter. Right? You feed him nice food every day, and one day say, okay, I don't have anything. Right? They will not like. Right? So similarly, he is also a person. Right? For us also the same thing, right? When we are driving at the same level, same place, we get used to. So similarly, deities get used to our worship, and when that worship is not offered, he is waiting for us, and so that's why we should not do.
नहीं करना चाहिए, right?
हाँ, practical है ना, लेकिन फिर भी we have to follow.
Try your best होती है, पर
try your best, और फिर try your best, right? Try your best. फिर अगर छूट जाता है तो फिर माफी मांग लो, right? तभी तो प्रेयर्स, फॉरगिवनेस प्रेयर होती है ना, मंत्रहीनम कृणाहीनम भक्तिहीनम जनार्दन. लेकिन ऐसा नहीं कि हर बार हम वही उसी बेस पे चलते रहे, हर रोज मिस्टेक करे और बोले हर भगवान माफ कर दो, हर मिस्टेक करे माफ कर दो. नहीं, ऐसा भी नहीं, कभी कभी हो जाता है, ठीक है.
नहीं, जैसे छोड़ना नहीं होता है, जैसे सुबह की आरती तो करनी होती है, जैसे शुरू से ही करती आ रही हूँ ना. सुबह की आरती नहीं मैं छोड़ती, और छोड़ भी तो ऐसे लगता है कुछ हो गया, समथिंग मिस है लाइफ में. तो होती है ट्राई कि ना लेट होए, ये इन केस जैसे 5-10 मिनट लेट होए तो ट्राई करूँगी कि ना हो.
हाँ ठीक है, ट्राई करना, हमारे बेस्ट हमें ट्राई करना चाहिए. सी वी कैन नॉट वर्शिप कृष्णा, राइट? हमारी कैपेबिलिटी नहीं है, वी आर वर्शिपिंग वाया मीडियम ऑफ गुरु, राइट? हम डायरेक्ट तो कृष्णा की वर्शिप में तो हमारी कैपेसिटी नहीं है, तो महाराज से, गुरु से अपनी माफ़ी मांग के कि मेरी गलती हो गई है, प्लीज़ आप, तो फिर ऐसा करके करना चाहिए, ठीक है ना? लेकिन ऐसा नहीं, मतलब वो कभी कभी वो फिर हमारा वो ग्राउंड नहीं बन रहना चाहिए कि ओके मैं महाराज है तो उनको ही सब दे दूँ, ऐसा नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। हरे कृष्णा। और किस एनी बढ़िया क्वेश्चन? यस, सो फॉर बोगा बस।
So, Prabhu, Bhoga, I would take an example. Usually, Bhakti Riksha, Mataris are working. Sham ko jana hai, Bhakti Riksha bhag bhag ke jana hai. So, many times, like, what is the ideal thing to prepare Bhoga? काफ़ी टाइम जैसे माता जी सोचते हैं चलो सुबह में आटा गूंद दिया तो शाम को आके फटाफट रोटी बना देंगे, तो इज़ देयर लाइक एनी स्पेसिफिक स्टैंडर्ड या हमें क्या फॉलो करना चाहिए?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। ऐसा नहीं फ्रिज में रख दिया आटा कल का बनाया हुआ, दूसरे दिन भगवान को रोटी खिला देंगे। इट शुड बी फ्रेश। हमारे लिए भी हेल्दी नहीं है ना, हमारे लिए भी हेल्दी नहीं है, तो ही इज पर्सन, तो ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए। कभी कभी साल में एक दो बार हो गया तो ठीक है, माफ़ी मांग लो, लेकिन फिर ऐसा प्रैक्टिस नहीं बनने जानी चाहिए। सही में तो भगवान कहते हैं ना कि भगवत गीता में कि एक पहर के बाद का खाना भी नहीं भगवान को ऑफर ही नहीं कर सकते। कुत्ते ने देख लिया ऑफर नहीं कर सकते, बहुत सारे रूल्स है। हम वो सब रूल्स तो करेंगे तो भगवान की कभी भक्ति कर ही नहीं सकते। नेक्टर ऑफ डिवोशन, भक्ति रसामृत संगम और हरि भक्ति विलास में जो स्टैंडर्ड है वो स्टैंडर्ड से करेंगे तो हम डीटी वर्शिप कभी कर ही नहीं सकते, तो हम वो स्टैंडर्ड पे नहीं जाते, लेकिन बेसिक जो चीज़ है वो तो करनी चाहिए। थैंक यू। और कोई क्वेश्चन? Thank you very much. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Sorry, like I have to finish this in. Normally we do this for 3 hours, right, and 1 hour question answer, but we have time constraint. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Yes, Boo. Yeah. So, like, I don't want to, because one of the points says that no controversy, right? So I will not discuss. similarly, yogurt is also pure. So similarly, honey is also pure, as long as we have not touched it. So it means touch means as long as not be tasted, it is pure. So ghee is also like that. But ghee, we have to offer clean ghee. But clean ghee is also purified. It cannot be like fire is purified, right? Fire cannot be contaminated. So similarly, all these things one can contaminate it. So it's not that you have to make ghee every day, or butter every day, or yogurt every day. It's okay.
Okay, Babuji. Thank you.
Yes, Prabhu. Yeah, I can hear you, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Yes.
So, Prabhuji, my question is, how do you follow the concepts of Sutak and eclipses here in America? Because I have seen it in India when I was there. Devotees, temples, we are very particular about the time of eclipse. The temples are closed. Everything is kind of comes to a halt. Of course, only Harinam is going on. And also the concept of Sutak, like I said. I have not seen a lot of devotees practicing it, at least here in America. So what is the recommendation of those things while we are in these countries? Hare
Yeah,
Krishna.
so see, when Prabhupada came, like as Maharaj was discussing, right, regarding Mataji's going to altar doing artis, right, today morning. So Prabhupada has given some exception to North America and foreign devotees, because all rules we cannot follow. Basic principle as is Sataram Smarta Vishnu Nasma, right? So that is a basic principle. That always remember Krishna and never forget Krishna. Others are, but as long as if we know, right, and if we have to understand what is meant by Grahan. Grahan means eclipse. If we can see, it's visible, then the rules we have to follow. If it's not visible, suppose there is a Chandra Grahan or Surya Grahan, sometimes it's not visible in North America, then we don't have to follow. If it is followed, means it's observed in this country, then we have to follow. But in temple setting in ISKCON, Prabhupada has given certain exception. So it goes into actions. But if we are following, then we should follow.
Yeah, I think the problem here is, at least what I have seen, is that even temples and devotees are not very clear about how to follow, and the instructions are not very clear. So it becomes very complicated, and if we divert too much attention into it, it becomes more like a ritualistic ceremony. So to your point, can we simply just ignore any eclipses or Sutaks? I don't think we get many here, but anyway, so we can ignore those concepts here, right?
Yeah, so Prabhupada said don't become too picky about that, right?
Right.
So we are following his instructions, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Right? But in India, devotees do follow.
Right.
Here, because we normally see water, they have to clean the water, so they have to drain the water from matki.
Correct.
Here we don't keep matki first of all, it's coming directly from tap, right? Tap water है. तो वो शुद्ध हो जाता अपने आप ही, फ्लोइंग वाटर है ना, रिजर्वोयर में नहीं है. तो काफ़ी ऐसे है रूल, तो यहाँ पे प्रभुपाद ने एक्सेप्शन दिया है, तो हम जस्ट फॉलोइंग दैट.
Sure. Sorry, one more question, Prabhuji, if you can allow me. The concept of Chaturmas. I know I've seen in ISKCON also many leaders and senior devotees, I would say. The different versions, especially in America, I've seen many not following or prescribing. Some say that Prabhupada has only recommended Chaturmas for the sannyasis, and that also only a recommendation. He has not forced that. But now, especially in India, in ISKCON, we very strictly follow the Chaturmas. The 4 months, this first month we should not eat green leafy vegetables and yogurt and so on and so forth. So, one, how do we see that in this North American concept? And overall, as ISKCON, what is the recommendation? What is to you from your experience?
So still, I will tell the same thing as chocolate, and right. So it's not, Prabhupada has not said anything strict rules about it, because he wants the devotees to come to a certain level of consciousness, right? Once we get to that consciousness, we start following more rules and regulations. But still in ISKCON we try to, because we are following Raga Anug Bhakti, that's what Maharaj said, right? And that is what our mood is, more of a Raga Anug, not Vedi Sadhan Bhakti, not strict rules and regulations, right? So that's why we try whatever Prabhupada said to us. If Prabhupada has given exception, we are say, okay, that's fine. So if some devotee is following Chaturmas, that is also good. if somebody is not doing Chaturmas, Prabhupada has not said it's compulsory.
Yeah.
He has left to time, place, and circumstances, right? So, like, basic principle is like time, place, and circumstance. So, because he was preaching in a different country, the environment was quite different. So he has given the exception.
So again, the recommendation is not to be too picky about these things, because I know devotees come with different versions of Srila Prabhupada recommendations, like you said, in different cases. In one case, they would say, this is what Prabhupada said, but again, we should not be so picky because both versions are applicable.
Yeah.
Okay, Hare
See,
Krishna.
deity worship is like, all type of worship is flexible, right? It's basically to make us or to bring us to a certain level of consciousness.
Right.
After that consciousness, one is above the level of normal, more than a higher consciousness. Then it's more of a raga anubhakti, right? More of a bhava, right? It's Krishna is not saying that okay, you do four at lotus feet, right? Two at, it's not. And many times, many devotees they count, right? Basically, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So yeah, so we should not be that. We should not be count because that is not a principle. Principle is that we are offering with our mind, our intelligence, right? That is what is offering it. So it's not that we should not become too much picky. That's what Prabhupada says, that we have to become Vaishnav Pandit, not Pandit Pandit. We are not a Smarta Brahman. So in this presentation, there was one line I didn't show you. That we should not be Smarta, we should become smarter. It's to become smart devotees, not Smarta. Smarta means all rules and regulations. Do this, no, you cannot do that. No, become, let it be. So in Kirtana, Krishna, Krishna. What is correct word? But Prabhupada never said that no, you should do Krishna only. Krishna is also. Krishna is also, right, correct. But we are addressing to you are addressing to Supreme Lord, right? So that's fine. So we should not be too picky about that.
Thank you so much, Prabhuji. It has been a very wonderful and very practical, helpful session.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare
I just passed on what I have heard from Maharaj. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
I've been put on the spot by. So, the topic devotees want me to talk about is glorifying Sri Vrindavan, or visiting Sri Vrindavan, or Braj Mandal, or how to live, or importance of living in Sri Vrindavan. So, being living in Sri Vrindavan for last 6-7 years, I'll try. Is it okay?
Prabhuji, there is a request that we should introduce the speakers because there are a lot of new devotees here.
Okay.
So Hare Krishna. So we have with us Shri Balram Das Prabhu. So he and his family, Maya Sita and Dafanu Das, they used to live in Harrisburg. And 7-8 years back, they decided to just leave everything and decided to live in Vrindavan Dham. So this is after 7 years. Mother Sita and Dafanu Das are with us after 7 years. They have been living in the Dham for 7 years. And both Mataji and Prabhuji is disciple of Param Pujya, His Holiness, Shri Radha Govind Goswami Maharaj. Hare Krishna. So we requested Prabhu that, yeah, I will let him, it's a very interesting story, and the best he can narrate that story, yes. So Prabhuji, there is a request that please narrate how you decided to, how you ended up in the Vrindavan Dham. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So, as I said, I will try to speak whatever it comes to me from Guru Parampara, and whatever is our experience in Sri Vrindavan, I'll try to narrate. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuram Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Guruve Namah. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine. Namaste Saraswate Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Vancha Kalpatarubhyasya Kripa Sindhu Bhaivacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Sri Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivas Adi Gaura Bhaktaranda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Ram. सब वैष्णव वृंदों के चरणों में दंडवत प्रणाम. So, it's very interesting when we really glorify Sri Dham, or we, I would say, Krishna, his name, his Dham, his glories, and his leelas are non-different, all are same. And to glorify anything, it has to really come from our Guru Parampara. And I very precisely remember that we asked our Srila Gurudev about Sri Dhamvas, and typically it is up to our spiritual master what they have to say. They might say yes, they might say no, or they will give some instructions, or they will give some rules and regulations and all that. So when we asked, it was a different subject altogether when we asked him, and he did say yes, you can stay in Sri Dham Vrindavan. That was one thing. So our Gurudev was instrumental for we going to Sri Dham. And the biggest, I would say, as a support or हम बोलते हैं ना कि किसी का हाथ होता है, तो it was Gurudev Sri Prithu Maharaj Ji. He is the main instrument being we in Sri Dham Vrindavan. He used to always say, and I mean for us, and especially Dasanudas and Sita, Dasanudas, he would hold his hand and say, "What are you doing here? Let's go to Vrindavan." He would say always like that. And he would tap on Sita's head and say, "Okay, chalo Vrindavan." And that is the blessing. We consider that is a blessing actually. And ब्रज में जाना है या ब्रजवास जो है, it has to come from Brajvasis or our Guru Maharaj. So Guru Maharaj already blessed and Maharaj already blessed, and we moved to Sri Dham Vrindavan. That was I feel that is the driving force for us to move into Sri Dham Vrindavan. So that is something, and then I will not take too much time, but I just want to narrate a little bit. The subject is like glorifying Dham. I mean, glorification of Dham we typically hear in a lot of lectures. We glorify Dham. Dham Mahatmya is there. But then visiting to Sri Dham Vrindavan is out of that importance. And then staying in Sri Dham Vrindavan and what is the experience there. So I'll touch on to those things a little bit here. In Chaitanya Charitamrita, when there was a very intimate pastime between Rai Ramananda and Sriman Mahaprabhu, Sriman Mahaprabhu was representing like Arjuna in Kurukshetra. And he was kind of, there was a question answer. And he was asking questions representing we all. And there was a question session, and Rai Ramanand was answering those questions to Mahaprabhu, and there was very nice, intimate pastime. So, in Madhya Leela, it is Madhya Leela 8.254. Mahaprabhu is asking Rai Ramanand that सर्वत्यजी जीवेर कर्तव्य कहाँ वास is the question from Mahaprabhu. सर्वत्यजी जीवेर कर्तव्य कहाँ वास, and Rai Ramanand Prabhuji is answering, ब्रजभूमि वृंदावन यहाँ लीला रास. So Mahaprabhu is asking राय रामानंद कि जीव को अन्य स्थानों को त्याग कर सर्वत्याजी, मीन leaving all our longings or responsibilities, where we have to stay, what is our ultimate stay, where we should go and stay. Where is our residence? हमारा जो नित्य धाम, नित्य स्थल है, क्या है? So, सब स्थानों को त्याग कर कहाँ रहना चाहिए? Yeah, where should we stay? And then the answer was ब्रजभूमि वृंदावन यहाँ लीला रास. So the answer is actually and it is very clear. It is very clear into Madhya Leela that Mahaprabhu is asking, representing like us, and so typically, see, eternally, I mean, हम जब when we travel out of our home, we say that after few days, we say, I'm homesick. I'm homesick. Homesick means I want to go back to my home. Right? So, eternally, yes, we are in the clutches of Maya Devi and we are going through the birth and death cycle, but our eternal abode or our eternal home is our Vrindavan Dham. And there is no difference in Golok Dham and Bhulok Dham. Bhulok Vrindavan is the exact representation of Golok Vrindavan. And all Shastras, they are mentioning all about it. So eternally, the final destination, at least in this body, is Sri Dham Vrindavan. And that is clearly mentioned in Shastras, and all Acharyas are actually talking about that in all the scriptures. And it is all, if we really go into Shastras, then we have seen from Mahaprabhu always, even though he lived because of the request of Sachimata in Sridham, but his consciousness, I would say his consciousness was always in Sridham Vrindavan. He was always in Brajamandal. Even though he was staying in Jagannath Puri Dham, still he always, so many times that he was running towards Sridham Vrindavan immediately after his sannyasa. So he was running, and so many times we could relish those pastimes in Chaitanya Charitamrita. So basically, that is what is Bhu Vrindavan is always a representation of Golok Vrindavan, and equally, Dham is equally worshipable like we serve Krishna or we worship Krishna. There is no difference, and we have heard that from our Acharyas. So always like Mahaprabhu, after Mahaprabhu, 6 Goswamis, our Acharyas, and in our parampara up to Srila Prabhupada, everybody has mentioned the importance of Sridham Vrindavan or Brajabhumi. Everybody has said that yes, even Prabhupada, we know that Prabhupada also, he was traveling, but then he said, oh, I want to go back to my home. I want to go back to my home. That is my home. And so basically, based on to all these instructions from our acharyas, we have to really understand that our ultimate destination is Brajabhumi or Sridham Vrindavan. And we have to see how we can really go there. Okay. My request is basically I might go in the flow, but I want to keep it maybe more onto the questions, answers, or interactions. I'll keep on, and if anybody has any particular question, then I can address that, because glorifying Dham, it could be hours. There are so many things. I will touch base on some points, and then we can discuss on them. Yes.
So Prabhuji, I've read and heard that you, as a devotee, if you're capable or you're elevated enough, I don't know what that enough is, and that is what my question is, then only you should plan to live in Vrindavan Dham. Otherwise, it's not the best even for the devotee to be there. Is that correct, or is that a misconception, Prabhuji?
Okay. It has both the angles, Mataji. But the ultimate say is from our spiritual master. We have to really follow to our spiritual master as he says. We have to exactly follow like that. Because as I said, that spiritual master might see two devotees in two different angles and could instruct one to do something and another to do something. So he is the guide for us. In general, like Sridham Vrindavan is our mother. Is our mother. Like mother, never see the kids if they are dirty or filthy or whatsoever. Mother always embraces the kid, however the kid is, and then cleans and presents to the father. Sridham Vrindavan is like the same. Sridham Vrindavan is mother. And if you think that, oh, I will become capable and then go to Sridham Vrindavan, I don't know how many lifetimes it will take. It will not be this lifetime. Because we are coming from life after life after life with so many preconditionings, and nobody is perfect. I mean, we even don't know what is the definition of perfection and capable. So capability in what respect? We don't know. And when we will be capable, we don't know. So if the child says, oh, let me get clean and then I'll go to mother, no. However I'm yours. Mother, please accept me. The mood should be always we should be surrendered. And as long as we are surrendered, not just like externally, but within, and then go, then maybe there are other things, maybe there is an addition to that. Yeah, if we are not in that mood, then we might do certain offenses. That is where our acharyas say that yes. And depending upon, that's why our Gurudev, they have a different answers for different people. The reason is that because they know better what we are. That's why they say, okay, you can do this, you can do this. You cannot do this, you cannot do this. So that's why we have to really follow our spiritual master. But in general, if we look at our capabilities, we may not be able to even visit Sri Ramanda. So our mood should be, yes, I mean, as if I'm going to my mother and go and stay there. Is it okay? I mean,
very well answered, Prabhuji. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'll continue, and then if there are any questions, meanwhile we can. Actually, I mean, when we are staying in Sridham Vrindavan, or when we visit to Sridham Vrindavan, the mood is to really understand or know the glories of Sridham Vrindavan and then visit. See, typically what we do is, when we go to any dham, if we just go to any dham, we are like a tourist. We just go, see something, find faults, and then come back. This is good, this is bad, this is good, this is bad. But when we really first understand or hear the glories and then go, then our thought process is different. And then, because of the importance we could really glorify Dham, as well as we can be very conscious when we are visiting Sri Dham. So that's why it is advised by all our acharyas that keep on hearing the Mahatmya, glories of Sri Dham Vrindavan, the importance of, and that's how when we keep on hearing, and then when we visit, then we are super cautious. We go, like, if we know about particular deities, then we go and really relish. But if we don't know, we will go there, we'll just look around, maybe pay the obeisances and come back. So what we need to do is we need to really constantly keep on hearing Sri Dham Vrindavan. So even I heard from our acharyas that how to, being physically living in Sri Dham Vrindavan, is it more important? Or having Sri Dham Vrindavan in our heart is more important? So it's a second one. One could really live in Sri Dham Vrindavan physically with the body, but the mind is somewhere in US. Would not help. But if somebody is living in US, but always there is a meditation of Sri Dham Vrindavan, is more important. So इसीलिए बोलते हैं कि हमको श्रीधाम वृंदावन को हमारे हृदय में बसाना है. हम श्रीधाम वृंदावन में बसे हैं physically. Yes or no, it is not that important. But it is important in other sense. I'll touch on to the topic because it is kripa. It's like a harinam. You take it knowingly or unknowingly. It is a medication. Medicine will work. The same thing, Sri Dham Vrindavan is like a medication. Living in Sri Dham Vrindavan, it has its own effect. But actually meditating on Sri Dham Vrindavan, Braj Mandal, is more important. So basically then हमको हृदय में बसाना है और उसके बाद हमें श्री धाम वृंदावन में जाना है. So it's a process. So the first thing is, yes, we have to keep on meditating. Our meditation comes through the importance. So we have to hear the glories, and then we visit Sri Dham Vrindavan. And when we visit Sri Dham Vrindavan, we will be in the mood when we are very careful. Like, if we know that if I don't know this person who is, I can go sit next to him without knowing anything. But when I know that there's a president of United States of America, and then I go and sit next to him, I have a different mindset. I really honor the person. So similarly, that mood we have to cultivate. And then we can definitely go. So then the question is like about the capability. The capabilities will stay there only, but our mood or our bhav will change, and that makes us eligible at least to visit or go and stay. Okay? Yes, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna. So Prabhuji, so there are few related to this answer. There's something perception which came through the ideas or the stories or pastimes after hearing. So many of the devotees who did not get chance to see Dham Vrindavan, and they've been hearing for many, many years. In fact, I know some, even Prabhupada disciple, they have great longings of visiting Vrindavan Dham, and they have not been visited. And so they have some perception of Vrindavan Dham. And I've also met people who had the very nice perception, like Chintamani Dham. And some of them, when they visit it, you know that how it looks like physically. So perception, and then you see what physically looks like, and don't have that kind of a consciousness that what actually Vrindavan Dham is. So there is a conflict arises between such devotees. By heart they are pure. Maybe their consciousness not at that level, or maybe it takes some time. So how do we reconcile their understanding and keep it up to the mark?
See, again, it is very, very, very personal question. I mean, it is very personal in sense. Even though there are so many permutation combinations, there are so many factors into this question, but ultimately, Dham is always a Chintamani Dham. Mirror is always a mirror. It has its own qualities. Whether it is covered by dust or it is sparkle clean, it is like that. Dham is Chintamani Dham. Now, external appearance sometimes could be different. But again, those things can be really realized by every individual differently. So there is no universal, only universal truth is, which is absolute truth is, Dham is Chintamani Dham. That is absolute truth. Now, how does every individual look in around is a different perception, and that different perception is again coming from the mercy of Dham. Mercy of Dham. Okay, it's ultimately, see, we have to understand certain things as a sadhak, as a Vaishnava, that whatever is happening is not because of our sadhana. आचार्यगण ऐसे कहते हैं कि हम साधन सिद्ध नहीं हैं, हम कृपा सिद्ध है. अभी सुबह गुरु महाराज ने यही कहा है कि हम कृपा सिद्ध है. So it is धाम, कृपा, धाम की कृपा से उनको वो विजन मिलेगा. Even though it is really, I mean, very high topic of discussion, but yes, a person could go and see, even though has heard a lot of glories, but when practically goes there and see, oh, this is so dirty water, this is like this is like that. Yeah, it can come. And even though I have seen so many devotees, they never visited, they never heard importance, but they are so much deeply attached to Sridham Vrindavan, and they really don't see anything. And they relish. जब अभी practically I can tell you कि हम जब जमुना जी जाते हैं, जमुना जी जाएंगे और आचमन करने जाएंगे तो आपको देखिएगा यहाँ से नाला बह रहा है, उधर से गंदा पानी आ रहा है, इधर से ये हो रहा है, उधर से हो रहा है. All these things are there, practically you can see. There are devotees who come and they see, oh, this is so dirty. And then they talk 9 yards about so many different things. And there are sadhus who are passing by. They just sit for the achman, take the same water and drink and then go. Okay, there is a difference. And this is because of धाम की कृपा. I mean, we can go about talking so many different things, siddhant, niyams and rules and so many different things, but the actual, the point is, it's a kripa. इसका मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि हमको साधन नहीं करना है. साधन हमारा, इट्स आवर, हमारा डेली, जैसे हम प्रसाद पाते हैं, जैसे हम ब्रश करते हैं, ऐसे ही साधन इज इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर अस. So it is different perception. It is a different perception, and it depends. I mean, there is no rule. You cannot concile it. I mean, even if we try to do it, how can I say that it is the same धाम? धाम की importance दोनों को बताया है. दोनों के बीच में वहाँ पे जाने के बाद देखने के बाद there could be a different opinion. So that difference of opinion is due to the perception at that time, whatever it is coming. And it could change. I mean, the same person could have a different perception after some time. It's not like absolute. Absolute truth is only one truth. Dham is Chintamani Dham. Now, I could see the core of Dham, or I could see only the dust covered outside. It is Dham ki kripa se. Is that okay, Prabhu? Or
Thank you, Prabhu. The answer is good, but my really question was that when you encounter with such devotees, you cannot say them that, hey, this is just a kripa siddhi, you are not, you are just an unfortunate person. Has to be some really, some kind of a answer which satisfy them to progress.
see, again, you could discuss whole 9 yard about why it is dirty, how it is coming from, where it is coming from, and all that. Practically, if somebody is standing near Jamuna ji and ask, oh, हमने तो सुना था जमुना जी के किनारे पूरे बगीचे हैं और लीलास्थलियाँ हैं और यहाँ पे झूलन होता है, यहाँ पे ये होता है, यहाँ से फ्लावर बेड्स है, सब कुछ है, हमने तो ये सारा सुना था, कहाँ कुछ भी है नहीं यहाँ पे. How do you convince? For him, that is the reality. For us, that is the reality. Now, eternally only we can understand it. If we go practically discussing, you cannot answer that question. I mean, yes, it is, yeah, you can see dirty. I mean, yeah, इस देह से तो दिख रहा है, जो इस दृष्टि से दिख रहा है वो तो दिखेगा वही. अभी मैं ऐसे तो नहीं कहूँगा कि मेरे आँखों से मुझे चिंतामणि दिख रहा है, आपकी आँखों से आपको नहीं दिख रहा है, तो मैं क्या करूँ? नहीं. I mean, see, convincing will be only based on to the scriptures or आचार्यों की वाणी से हो सकता है. उसके अलावा आप कर ही नहीं सकते. It is only the time factor. It is the time. Based, lot of times these kind of experiences we have also, we do not say anything or we do not try to convince anybody. Even conviction will be there naturally, organically, it will come. By say, हम वो डिफेंस हो जाएगा ना. वहाँ पे अगर मैं बोलूँगा नहीं 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 ये तो चिंतामणि धाम है, आपको ऐसा है वैसा नहीं, it will be defense. You cannot convince the person. Because see again, अगर हम अभी भी जैसे सारी लीलाएं जब हम सुनते हैं, when we go through all the leelas, वृंदावन रम्य स्थान दिव्य चिंतामणि धाम, but practically when you see there, oh, it's so hot, you say, oh, आप तो ब्रजवासी, आपको तो पता है सब. So for that, how do we convince someone? When something physically there, you cannot convince someone. Only you can give the शास्त्रिक evidences, आचार्यों की वाणी हम सुना सकते हैं, ये सब कुछ कर सकते हैं, but that conviction will come only through kripa. There is no other option for this. और उसके लिए every person will have a different experience. Even so many people, I mean, I have seen, that's why our acharyas, our Gurudev, they say that not everyone can stay in Vrindavan. There is a saying, because not everyone can stay. And even I know so many people that they want to come and stay, but they when come, they complain, they say, oh, it's very hot, oh, maybe I'll come later. Oh, it's very cold. Oh, this is what. So, and for that, there is no solution. Even if you do, I mean, whatever facilities you try to give, it will not work. It's an inner conviction, and that inner conviction will come by time. That is the only solution. I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, I understand your question that really how to convince, but it is not a subject. It is not a subject. Exactly. And Sridham Vrindavan, Brajabhumi, this can be understood only based on to the Bhava Bhakti or Prema Bhakti. And yes, Sadhan Bhakti is important, but then it could be understood only through Bhav. You will see people like, I mean, for a normal person, the other person seems to be crazy. I mean, when we go through, like, for us hearing, like we go and do Giriraj Parikrama. Doing one Giriraj Parikrama, we see so much of efforts. We say, oh, too much, right? But when we hear or when we see or when we experience a person doing 3 parikramas, Giriraj Parikramas, every day for last 25 years, how do we understand? No, it is the Rasagulla which you have to test. Without testing, you cannot elaborate. Even if you elaborately explain it, you cannot understand the test. It's a Bhav Bhakti. So, usko the certain things regarding Dham, you cannot convince anyone. It is Kripa. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you. I like the Rasgulla example. That
Yeah,
kind
I mean, you can give some practical. That's why I told that. Okay, you can only. जैसे बिरबल का भी वही हुआ था ना. I mean, he was having so much of pride that I am a king, and he was asking seva. Akbar, yeah, sorry, Birbal, I will say. And then he realized, because he got that drishti because of the mercy. Otherwise, he was sane. I mean, because of that drishti which is coming through the mercy, he could realize that he is not capable even to repair the corner. So it has to come through the mercy. It is the mercy. And it will come. See, so many devotees I have seen, they will come first time, they see, experience, good experience, bad experience, but then धाम की कृपा से वो फिर से हो जाता है, and then they come and stay and do all that. Is that okay?
Yeah, perfect. May I ask one more question? Is that okay? So there's another interesting question. It ties with the Chaitanya Charitamrita. I'm forgetting the name. One of the uncles of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to go to Vrindavan, and Mahaprabhu never let him go. And he started pleading literally like, you are so mean that you don't want me to go. And what's the name? No, yeah, it's he was like parent. He was like parent level, and he was like he brought the oil for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and massage and all that.
Jagannath Pandit.
Jagannath. So eventually he got the permission to go there, but then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave a special instruction: when you go there, stay in the association of Rupa and Sanatan.
Yes.
Don't go anywhere other than that. And he told that the reason is that if you go somewhere, I know you very well, you will offend Brajvasis and you will incur more sins.
Yes.
So that was his love and protection for the devotee. And likewise, I heard like this quite senior devotee. He said that he was instructed not to go Brijdham because he will incur sins. And there's another devotee. He's afraid of going to Dham because he's so in angry mood that he will start negotiating with the rickshawalas and he will incur the sins. So such devotees, I sometimes feel a little bit sad about them. Should we encourage them or not? I don't know.
See, again, there are some principal basic rules that we have to anyway follow for anyone. And encouraging to go to Sridham or living in Sridham Vrindavan, that is the ultimate goal. See, our goal is to really go and stay in Sridham Vrindavan, and we should really encourage everyone. But again, as far as doing aparad, doing sin and all those things, I mean, for example, let me ask you a question. Being tolerant is a good principle living throughout the world, or it is a contingent upon the place? No, being tolerant is always good. It's absolute truth. Being angry, oh, घर में मैं angry रह सकता हूँ, बाहर नहीं रह सकता हूँ, ऐसा कुछ होता है क्या? Always bad, right? So there are certain things, and those are the things what we have to follow. So अगर हम दोष दर्शन कर रहे हैं तो यूएस में रह के दोष दर्शन करें या वृंदावन में रह के दोष दर्शन करेंगे? Ultimately it is same. So basically what we are observing is not to find the faults. It is not said that, okay, finding fault in Sridham Vrindavan is not good. Finding faults anywhere is not good. Right? So, but ultimately, going to Sridham Vrindavan, taking darshan, doing parikrama, doing sadhu seva, all that is all required. And we should encourage. We should really encourage for that. That is very important. And then finding faults and all those things, yes, we have to avoid. Is that okay? Yeah. So basically, see, Sridham Vrindavan is an ideal place. Is an ideal place for devotional service. Why? Because, see, when we are staying here, I mean, it is even our personal experience, that's what we wanted to share. Sridham Vrindavan is ideal place for devotional service because you could see Maharaj, devotees asked me to talk on the importance of Sridham Vrindavan. So, with your permission and so Sridham Vrindavan is an ideal place for any devotional service. That's what we were discussing. The reason is basically you are surrounded by always devotees and sadhus You are in the environment of the temples. Sri Ram Vrindavan has over 5,000 temples. And you could anytime, I mean, it doesn't matter whether it is 1 a.m. or 7 a.m. or 3 p.m. or whatever time is, you are always in some kind of a devotional environment. Either you are going visiting temple, or you are going doing parikrama, or with some Vaishnavas or some sadhus. So always you are surrounded like it is a capsule. You are always protected with the right association or in the Vaishnavas. And you could see everyone with the bead bag 24/7. So it is always a reminder for us. When we are staying in, suppose US, we are actually struggling for our basics 16 rounds. Since morning till evening or till night, we are struggling. But there you could see that everyone is with their mala joli everywhere, and you are chanting constantly. So it is the environment. You are going to different temples, taking darshan, and you are going on parikrama, meeting with Vaishnavas. When we go there, now we have so many of our sannyasis. When we go to the temple, we could take their darshan. There are so many devotees. We associate with them. So it is a right or conducive environment where naturally our devotional activities are happening. We are not forcefully, I mean, here, maybe or outside, we have to force ourselves for our devotional activities, or we have to be rightly associated. When we are rightly associated, that's why we need to have our sangha, our association here, and then we can practice. I mean, when we are rightly associated with the devotees here, the way we are doing it, we are in the right environment. There is no difference staying in Sri Ram Vrindavan and here now, because we are rightly associated. But it is a natural, always 24/7 in Sri Ram Vrindavan. That is why it is easy for the devotional services in Sri Ram Vrindavan. And then we could, as I said before, that because we are in Sri Ram Vrindavan, it is naturally like we remember, oh, let's go to Sri Radharamanji and take a darshan. Let's go to Sri Krishna Balramji and take a darshan. Let's go to Prabhupada's Samadhi Mandir and do chanting in front of Srila Prabhupada. Or let's go to Jamunaji and do Achman or Snan, whatsoever. It's easily accessible. So whatever we hear, the glories, those are all easily accessible there. That is the reason that it is such a wonderful place, or it is a natural, we have a natural tendency to do our sadhana. Right? So that's why it is important. And most importantly, I mean, our experience is that the sadhu sangha or Vaishnava sangha is very easy. As I said, that we can go to temple anytime. We could really take a darshan of any sannyasi there, whoever is coming, visiting, and all that. So it is naturally every day. When we go to Mangala, we take darshan. When we go to Shringar, we take darshan. So there it's easy. When we go even outside, it's easy to get darshan of different sadhus. And because of their association, our devotional activities or devotional services, they increase automatically. Especially it helps into Harinam. It helps into Harinam. That is what our ultimate goal is, to really remember Krishna, as Srila Prabhupada said, always remember Krishna and never forget Krishna. And that the best way is to be rightly associated and surrender unto the Harinam. That is the ultimate goal. So those are the important things when staying in Sridham Vrindavan. And we could really go to different Leela Sthalis and take darshan. And so that is ultimately our goal. It should be to really visit Sridham Vrindavan whenever the time permits, or stay in Vrindavan as per the instructions of spiritual master, and then take the chance or saubhagya of any sadhu seva, dham seva, nam seva, Vaishnav seva, and all those. And that is the ultimate goal of our this life. So with these words, I would stop here, glorifying Sridham Vrindavan. Sridham Vrindavan ki jai, Jamuna Maharani ki jai, Rajarani ki jai, Sri Radha Kunda Shyam Kunda Giriraj Maharaj ki jai, Sab Vaishnav Vranda ki jai.
Hare Krishna. So, the next class is from Hare Krishna. Yeah, so next class is from Chaitanya Prabhu. It's Glories of Govindaji, Radha Govindji. And so Chaitanya Dev Prabhu is senior disciple of Katu Maharaj, and he served ISKCON Denver. And he is very knowledgeable, give classes on Srimad Bhagavatam. He did daily class also, right? So if anybody is interested, you can ask him and you can join the class every day, daily Nityam Bhagavad Sevya. Nectar of Bhagavatam. Thank you. Yes, Prabhu. Thank you.
Thank you, Hari Bol. इसको share कैसे करें? So there are so many brilliant topics to discuss. Come like this. Okay. That's good. I got it. So there are so many topics to be discussed. So I read Maharaj's booklet called Shri Govind Dev Ji. It's in my bag. Maharaj written a small booklet. I don't know how many of you read. It's a wonderful book. So when I was reading, I was very intrigued. Maharaj always says that his lecture style is that he gives some short class which intrigues people. Then you become inquisitive to know more. So Govind Dev everybody has heard, right? Everybody knows Govind Dev was there in temple in Vrindavan, then he moved to Jaipur. But there is so much of history in Govind Dev that if you keep going deep into it, you will feel you will be static. So I started hearing a little bit about Govind Dev and I was very inquisitive to know a little more. Now what I found was I never knew it, and it was just amazing. So I thought whatever I read from Maharaj's book and whatever I could find and whatever I heard from other senior Vaishnavas, let me put it together for the pleasure of all the devotees and Guru and Gauranga. So that's why this topic came. So this Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shriman Kratudas Adhikari Iti Namine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So seeking the blessings of all the assembled Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis, please bless me so that I can glorify the glories of Parampara, Sri Govind Dev, Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu, Srila Prabhupada and Gurudev. Hare Krishna. So the topic is Sri Govind Dev. So Govind Dev is our Abhiday Vigraha. Sambandh, Abhiday, Prayojan. And Abhiday is the process of process of devotional service, but process of the first step, how to realize the first step, which is the sambandha. So the process for realizing the knowledge of our relationship with Krishna is abhidaya. And then that vigraha, the deity, is Govindev's. So Divyad Vrindaranya Kalpadhrumad Srimad Ratnangana Simhasanasto Shri Radha Srila Govinda Deva Preshtalabhi Sevya Manam Smarami. So in the temple of, you have mic, Prabhuji, mic? So you read, I may ask you to read certain translations. So read translation. Or other devotees can also read or share.
In a temple of jewels in Vrindavan, underneath
Underneath the desire tree.
Shri Radha Govinda served by their most confidential associates.
I can't hear you.
In a temple.
Served by their most confidential associates.
In a temple of jewels in Vrindavan, underneath a desire tree, Shri Radha Govinda served by their most confidential associates, sit upon an effulgent throne. I offer my humble obeisance unto them.
In the temple of jewels in Vrindavan, underneath the desire tree, Sri Radha Govind, served by their most confidential associates, sit upon a vigilant throne. I offer my humble obeisances to. So this is the pranam mantra of the Radha Govind Dev, Abhidaya Vigraha. Okay, on a temple, in a temple of jewels. So this temple is made up of jewels. Underneath the desire tree, and this temple is underneath the desire tree. So that's the Yog Pit actually. There are a couple of Yog Pits in Vrindavan. One of them is this one. And there on the throne is situated who? Radha Govinda. And they are being served by the most confidential associates. I offer my humble obeisances to such a Supreme Personality of God who is situated like this. So this is one of their Govindev's picture. So Prabhupada writes about this in Chaitanya Charitamrita. By the practice of devotional service, beginning with hearing and chanting, Sravanam Kirtanam, the impure heart of the conditioned soul is purified, and thus he can understand his eternal relationship with the Supreme Personality of God. That eternal relationship is described by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as Jivara Swarupaya Nityara Krishna Das. When one is convinced about this relationship, which is called Sambandha, he acts accordingly. That is Abhidaya. The next step is the Prayojan Siddhi, or fulfillment of the ultimate goal of one's life. If one can understand this relationship with the Supreme Personality of God and act accordingly, automatically his mission of life is fulfilled. This is Prabhupada writes. He explains Sambandha Abhidaya Prayojan. So now, how did this Vigraha came about? So there are three parts of this pastimes, which we can see according to the scriptures which is available now. So first and foremost, 5,000 years ago, when Krishna left this mortal world, unwinded his pastimes, his great grandson, Vajranav. So who was he, Vajranav? So just go a little bit. So Krishna's son was Pradyumna. Pradyumna's son was Aniruddha. Aniruddha's son was named Vajra. Vajranav. So 1, 2, 3. 3 generations down. So he installed the first Krishna deities after Krishna's departure. And he installed them in Vrindavan Dham. He was one of the only Yadu left. Because when Krishna was winding his pastime. Actually, Krishna was so static doing his pastimes, 11th canto Bhagavatam explains, that Brahmaji actually has to intervene and come in front of Krishna and say, my dear Lord, बहुत लीलाएं हो गई अभी, समय भी हो गया, अब wind up कर दो. So even Krishna has to listen. He didn't say, I am the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who are you? He didn't say that. So Krishna listened to Brahma, the secondary creator. So Krishna winded up his pastime. But he thought, okay, how am I going to wind up? If I go, the Yadus will become very mad. So first I have to wind them up. So then the Musal Leela happened and all that. So even this came in the part of Yada Yada Hi Dharmasya. So Krishna, when Krishna appears on this earth planet, it's not that he did Leela, he killed Kauravas, and he's happy with his family. No. Krishna creates a equal playing field, equal opportunity employer. It's not that दूसरे के परिवार को, कौरवों को हटा दिया and then his own, no. They, of course, they were devotees, but they also have to go. How will they go? So Krishna created. They are so powerful, who can fight them? Nobody can fight them. So Krishna did the Leela of Musal Leela. So there was a fight between Yadus. They fought amongst each other and left. So Krishna says, Yada Yada Hi Dharmasya. So that also comes in Yada Yada Hi Dharmasya. So this is how Krishna plays the equal playing field. So don't blame Krishna just for killing Kauravas. He winded up his own family like that. This is the Lord. So anyway, so Vajranabh was left. So Vajranabh, when he started hearing about his great-grandfather Krishna, he decided that I want to create temples for my great-great-grandfather so that the whole generations to come will remember. So what he did, Vajra wanted the world to remember his great-grandfather Krishna. So he installed first deity of Krishna in his own playground, Krishna's own home ground, Vrindavan. Krishna's deity modeled after the description given. So now how, he hasn't seen his grandfather. There was no cameras. There were no videos. He didn't know how my grandfather looks. All he heard is he was handsome. But how handsome he was, he didn't know that. So he went to the devotees to his family members who spent most of the time with Krishna at that time, who were left. And one of them was Uddhava, and second was his mother, Uttara was there, and then she was the mother of Parikshit Maharaj, and he asked them, okay, how my great-great-grandfather used to look. So they drew the picture, different. Uddhava drew a different description, Uttara drew a different description. They were close, but none of this description matched exactly how the Lord looks. Why? Because Lord is unlimitedly beautiful. So nobody can capture his beauty except maybe Radharani. So all these devotees drew, they described how he looks. So one of the description which matches closely with Krishna's face, he was Govinda. Then Madan Mohan Vigraha resembled Krishna from the navel down to the lotus feet. And then Gopinath Vigraha resembles from navel to the neck, to the chest. So that's why these three deities. Mathura me Gokul, Gokul me, what is that bhajan? One or two lines. Mathura में केशव विराजे, गोकुल में बाल मुकुंद जी, वृंदावन में मदन मोहन, गोपीनाथ, गोविंद जी. So Vrindavan you have Gopinath, Govind and Madan Mohan. and Keshav you have in Mathura, and in Gokul you have Bal Mukund. So like this three. So then it says, so Adilila says, these three deities together reveal the entire truth of Gaudiya Vaishnava philosophy. These three deities, which one? Govindev and Radha Gopinath. So Chaitanya Charitamrita says, এই তিন ঠাকুর গৌড়িয়ে কা করিয়াছে আত্মসাৎ, এই তিনেরা চরণ বন্দো তিনে মোরা নাথ. Read translation. Up mic, no? These three deities. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
These three deities, Madan Mohan, Govinda and Gopinath, have absorbed the heart and soul of the Gaudiya Vaishnavas. I worship their lotus feet, for they are the lords of my heart. The three deities, according to Gaudiya Samprada, represent the full embodiment of the absolute truth.
So these three deities are the basic siddhanta, the principles of our devotion. This is how beautiful face of Govindev looks. After generations of worship, now Bhajanabh has installed the deities, right? And it's not that Krishna's abode is beyond time, of course it's absolute. But still, as long as the abode is on this Dharatal, Krishna makes sure that it also has a effect of time factor. ऐसा नहीं कि वो मंदिर है उस मंदिर को तो कुछ होता ही नहीं है. So that mandir also over a period of time gets looped. Eternally it's never looped, it's there. But through your material eyes you can see those buildings and everything gone. So he installed this deity originally, Vajranabh, when? Almost 5,000 years ago. Right? So after generations of worship, these deities were lost until some 500 years ago. They were again unearthed by the Goswamis of Vrindavan. So about 4,500 years the worship stopped. Where did the deity go? Deity looped ho gaya. Now let's go to the unveiling part side. So let's go into the history a little bit. Now it will become interesting. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared in 1486 and took sannyas in 1510. So remember these dates. We'll ask. Then after Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took initiation, he took sannyas in 1510. From Gaya, he straight wanted to enter Vrindavan. But of course Nityananda Prabhu had another plan and he changed everything. But anyway, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu entered Vrindavan in 1515 on Kartik Purnima day. Then, after being 1 year there instructing Sanatan, Rup Sanatan, came back, settled in Puri in 1516, and he was in Puri for 18 years, till 1534. In 1534 he left the earth planet. So, then in the 16th century, after Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared and Rup Sanatan took the shelter of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu reclaimed them back because they literally became Muslims because they were serving Nawab Hussain Shah. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu reclaimed them. And after reclaiming them, they were given the loving service of writing bhakti literature. Okay, you go to Vrindavan and you have two services. Excavate the various Leela Stalis where Krishna did the Leela and write bhakti literature. And at that time, this bhakti literature which was being written was not for general mass of people. It was those handful of practitioners who were doing bhakti personally. This was not meant for distribution. So then Swarup and Sanatan, when they went there, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, of course, when an acharya gives instruction, this is a very important point, when he gives instruction, it may seem very difficult to do, but along with that instruction comes empowerment also to do that service. So Rup Sanatan was given this instruction to excavate these places of pastimes in Vrindavan. So they were in the mood of separation. He Radhe Vrajadevi ke chalalite, he Nanda sunokutaha, ghosantaviti vrajapure, khedeir mahar vivalo, vande rupa sanatana raghujago, Sriji Bhagopal. So then they were always trying to find, where are you, Govinda, where are you, where are you? Then it was revealed to them. The two Goswamis were eager to find the area and the lost deity, because they knew that Vajranabh has established this deity almost 4,500 years ago. Now the worship has stopped. This deity is in Vrindavan. Where it is, I don't know. So I am calling in the mood of separation. So that's the Goswamis, right? So now what happens? In the mood of separation, the two Goswamis cried as they wandered throughout the Braj region. One day, then a Brahman boy came and he told Sri Rupa Goswami that Yog Pit, what you are searching for, oh Rupa, oh Yogi, what you are searching for, that Yog Pit is now called Gomatila. And there is a cow every day. There is an extraordinary cow which comes there and it empties her udder right in that hole which is on the Gomatila. Tila means like a tila, Gomatila, like a pit, right? तो उसके ऊपर एक गाय आती है और वो अपना दूध उसमें छोड़ती है. तो Rupa Goswami immediately understood that that cow is giving the milk to the deity. इसी के नीचे कहीं टीला में the deity is there. Realizing why this cow was special and what Gomatila actually represented, Rupa Goswami asked the residents of Braj to perform massive excavation in that area. There was no bulldozer, there was no John Deere machines to dig the place. So all the Brajvasis in that area came and they started, jo bhi unke paas tools, whatever was there, they started figuring it out. After extensive digging, they unearthed an exquisite black deity of Krishna. Whereupon the devotees gleefully chanted, Govindev ki jai, Govindev ki jai. So they found the deity. हो गया काम खत्म? नहीं. No. अभी तो deities मिले हैं. Right? Now you got the deities. Isn't it beautiful? Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopal Jaya Jaya, Radha Raman Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya, Raman Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopal Jaya Jaya, Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopal Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopal Jaya Jaya, Jaya Jaya, Gopal Jaya Jaya, Radha Raman Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya, Radha Raman Hari Jaya Jaya, Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopal Jaya Jaya, Govinda Jaya Jaya, Radha Raman Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya, Raman Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. So this occurred in 1530. They found the deity of Govindev. And Rupa and Sanatan entered Vrindavan in what time? Around the same time, just little before that. So 1530 they found the deity, and the local resident worshipped Govindev for nearly half a century, from 1530 to 1580, right on the Gomatila, on the Tila. Okay? 50 years the local resident worshipped Govindev on that spot. Now, just few more factors which I am going to say, but it will connect into the whole Leela little later on. So just remember this point. Now, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu entered. When did he enter? I mentioned. He entered into Vrindavan in 1515. So 1530 this deity was discovered by Rupa Goswami. Okay? So that means Mahaprabhu was in Puri at that time when this deity was discovered. Okay? So now, I'm going back, sorry. Okay. Now, two most important books on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes is, number one, Chaitanya Bhagavat. Chaitanya Bhagavat was written by Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur, and he wrote this in 1550s. Okay, when Mahaprabhu departed. Mahaprabhu departed in 1538. Now, Vrindavan Das Thakur wrote Chaitanya Bhagavat. He was so statically writing when he was describing the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He used to miss Nityanand Prabhu. When he used to describe pastimes of Nityanand Prabhu, he used to just keep describing in ecstasy and forget to continue the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu where he left. So he could only describe up to 24 years of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastime. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu lived for 48 years. So then the balance 24 years of pastimes, sannyas pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was written by Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, which is in Chaitanya Charita Amrita. That place where Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami is writing the balance 24 years of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastime was actually in a Govindev temple in Vrindavan. Now, right now there is no temple. Remember, now 50 years the deity is being worshipped in the Tila. So from 1530 to 1580. And so now there is a temple of Govindev which was built from 1580 up to, so 10 years it took the deity to come into the temple in Vrindavan, which is a Govindev temple. Now how did that Govindev temple came about? We have to go into the history. So more than half a century between 1530 to 1590, Govindev was being worshipped on the top of the hill as we discussed. By then, Rupa and Sanatan already left the mortal world. So basically, Rupa Goswami and Sanatan Goswami did not see the temple of Govindev. They saw the deity, of course, which was being worshipped, but they couldn't see the temple. So in that period, after 1590, Chaitanya Charitamrita was written and is finished in 1615. Now Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami is actually writing that Chaitanya Charitamrita sitting in the Govindev temple. Okay, so 1590. Then at that time he is in late 60s and late 80s and early 90s. He is very old. Now let's go. You may be saying, Prabhu, why are you telling me all this? What's the... Okay. Ore Muda Loka Suno Chaitanya Mangal Chaitanya Mahimayate Jani Be Sakal. Oh fools, just read Chaitanya Mangal. By reading this book, you can understand the glories of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami is clarifying his purpose. So now we are going to glorify a little bit on Vrindavan Das Thakur a little bit, then we'll come back to this point. So he's saying, he's saying, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami is saying, I am writing this literature to boost my not to boost my intellectual capability. Rather, I am writing this on the order and the request of the Vaishnava devotees of Vrindavan. Because Vrindavan Das Thakur has already glorified Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So who am I to write again about him? So here we see that when somebody writes certain things, he does not write just because his mind told him. He has gotten a order from or a request from other Vaishnava devotees. To please them, somebody is writing. So the point here comes is, if we want to be success in spiritual life, then we need only two things: sincerity and submission. If we want to succeed in material life, then what we need is competence and skills. In bhakti, you don't need skills. You can't advance in bhakti with skills. You need submission and sincerity. In material life, you need competition and other stuff. So now, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami is respecting Vrindavan Das Thakur by writing. So he's saying, Krishna Leela Bhagavat Kahe Vrindavan Vyas, Chaitanya Leela Vyas Vrindavan Das. So whatever position Ved Vyas had in Krishna Leela, Vrindavan Das has the same position in Chaitanya Leela. Vrindavan Das Kaila Chaitanya Mangal, Yahana Shravane Nashe Shrava Sarva Mangal. Whoever hears this Chaitanya Mangal, their inauspiciousness or misfortune will be destroyed. So this is what Acharya is saying. Then he says, by hearing Chaitanya Mangal, one will attain knowledge of devotion to Gaura and Nitai and will experience highest Siddhanta in respect to Krishna Bhakti. So now Krishna consciousness is summarized in this verse in Chaitanya Charitamrita. Krishna Tattva, Bhakti Tattva, Prema Tattva Sar, Bhava Tattva, Leela Tattva, Bhava Tattva, Rasa Tattva, Leela Tattva are. In any spiritual literature comprises of these six truths. What are they? Krishna Tattva, then Bhakti, then Prema, then Bhava, and then Rasa and Leela. So any spiritual discourse also consists of these six tattvas. And that sound vibration enters the heart of the hearer. So Bhagavatam says, Pravishta karna randrena swanam bhava sarorvaham dhunoti samalam Krishna salilasya yatha sharat. The sound incarnation of Lord Krishna.
The sound incarnation of Lord Krishna, the Supreme Soul, enters into the heart of a self-realized devotee, sits on the lotus flower of his loving relationship, and thus cleanses the dust of material associations such as lust, anger, and hankering.
So Bhagavatam is explaining how by hearing the dust in the heart is cleared. The sound incarnation of Lord Krishna, right? The Supreme Soul enters into the heart of a self-realized devotee and sits on the lotus flower of his loving relationship. So whatever loving relationship we develop with Krishna, that is referred to as a lotus. So this sound, when you hear, sits on that lotus flower and it cleanses your heart of all misgivings. It's like a dishwasher. You put dirty dishes and you say, start. Goom, 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 it keeps going. So similarly, if you don't hear, that's the dishwashing liquid you need to clean your heart. Without hearing, your heart will not get cleansed. Now question arises, how do I know that my heart is getting cleansed? How do I know I am getting purified? I am chanting for 5 years, 6 years. I attended so many retreats. I have to be purified because I am chanting. I have to be purified. What do you think? Is that right or wrong? Huh? But how do I know I am getting purified? Every devotee after a few years of chanting thinks he or she is purified. अरे chant कर रहा तो purify तो हो ही जाऊंगा. I am spending some time, I have to be purified. No, there are symptoms of purification. What are those symptoms? Next sloka says, Bhagavatam, Dhautatma Purusha Krishna. Let's repeat. Dhautatma Purusha Krishna Padamulam na munchati Mukta Sarva Pariklesha Pantah Sapsva Sharanam Yatha. A pure devotee of the Lord whose heart has been cleansed by the process of devotional service. Uska symptom kya hai? He never relinquishes the lotus feet of Lord Sri Krishna, for they fully satisfy him, as the traveler is satisfied coming at home after a long journey. So this is the symptom of one whose heart is getting purified. Padamulam, Krishna Padamulam na munchati. He never leaves lotus feet of Krishna. So this is the symptom. The classic symptom, this is the classic symptom. He does not jump here and there. He considers that order. Now he doesn't jump means whatever order has been given to him, that service which has been given to him, he takes that as his goal, dhan. That becomes his dhan. But for us it becomes like gun. When that order is given, instead of dhan it becomes gun. How long I have to do this? First question. Paye jar agya dhan brajera vaishnavagan tahara mukhe haridas chaitanyera bila sindhu kololera eka bindu taha kana kohe Krishnadas. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami is saying that agya which he received from whom? From the devotees in Vrindavan. Right? That dhan which he got from the devotees became his agya. So that is why he is writing. Because Vrindavan Das Thakur has already glorified the Lord. So why I have to write again? Just to show that I am better than him? No, he is saying, Kololera eka bindu, taha kone Krishnadas. And I am just a particle, dust particle. I am trying to just fulfill the desires of Vaishnava. Then he says, Bhagavate yatha bhakti siddhante rasa likhiya chena iha jani kariya uddhar. Chaitanya Mangal, Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur has given the conclusion and essence of devotional service by quoting the authoritative statements of Srimad Bhagavatam. Chaitanya Mangal sunayadi pashandiyavan seha maha vaishnava hai tatakshana. Even if a great atheist hears Chaitanya Mangal, he immediately becomes a great devotee. So Ajamil, there is a quote on Ajamil, what Ajamil says. Okay, so let's skip quickly. I am going to go quick on this. Okay. So now Vrindavan Das Thakur wrote Bhagavad in 1550. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami sitting in Radha Govind temple is writing Chaitanya Charitamrita after the deity was installed in 1590. So 1590 the deity was installed. Where the deity was installed? In the Vrindavan temple. And Chaitanya Charitamrita was finished in 1615. So when he started writing? So 1590 to 1615, how many years? 25 years it took to write Chaitanya Charitamrita. 25 years. Okay, in that period, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, he was in early mid-60s, early 60s, and then when he finished, he was mid-80s, early 90s. 25 years Chaitanya Charitamrita, just remember that. So then at least by knowing this, what you will do, even if you are not able to read, what you will do, you will appreciate what Krishnadas Goswami did. Right? These are the 6 Goswamis. Shri Rup Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath, Shri Jiva Gopal Bhatta Das Raghunath, Sai Sabalilar Sunitya Vibran, Vrindavan Vasi Bhaktera Utkhanta Hoile Man. The devotees of Vrindavan were all very anxious to hear those remaining pastimes of Lord Chaitanya. And now we are going to describe in a history how these 6 Goswamis came together in Vrindavan. Were they always together or they came different times? Now, so Chaitanya Mahaprabhu departed 1534. Rupa and Sanatana entered Vrindavan on the orders of in 1516 in Vrindavan and started writing Bhakti literature. Rupa Goswami started writing first book, Bhakti. How many years it took? 18 years it took Rupa Goswami to finish Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. 18 years. So just remember this. Okay. So now Rupa and Sanatana has been there since 1516 in Vrindavan. Okay. At that time, other 4 Goswamis are not there yet. Then Srila Jiva Goswami comes. Actually, Jiva Goswami is in Navadvip. He wants to actually go and meet Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Puri. Mahaprabhu is in Puri now. So he asked Nityananda Prabhu, can I have darshan of the Lord? Now Nityananda Prabhu is very merciful, yes or no? What does he tell him? He is asking, can I have darshan of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? And Nityananda Prabhu is merciful. Will he allow him to see him or no? No, he did not allow him. He said, no, there is no time. You go straight to Kashi and start the classes, learn Vyakaran, the grammar, Sanskrit grammar. There is no time right now. And poor Jiva Goswami, he never saw Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The only time he saw was when he was very small, 1 or 2 or 3 years old. He saw, and that too he was in a lap of his, I forgot whom. Then he saw Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's thumb, the lotus thumb. That's it. And he never had darshan of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So he was told straight to go to Kashi by Nityananda Prabhu. Then Jiva Goswami came. So then Jiva Goswami has been learning Vyakaran, all this science of Bhakti literature and the grammar and in Kashi. Then he enters Vrindavan after Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Then Jiva Goswami comes. Okay, now, so Jiva Goswami has come. Then now Raghunath Das Goswami. Raghunath Das Goswami comes. Raghunath Das Goswami is under the protection of Swarup Damodar. Swarup Damodar, now he comes to know Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has left, and he comes to Vrindavan, he goes into Govardhan and he wants to dive from Govardhan and wants to finish his life. Because he thinks he could not see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, so my life is waste. Then other Goswamis comes to know he wants to jump. They say, no, you have heard about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu from Swarup Damodar. You please now speak about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. You give the Gaur Leela classes. Then he starts giving Gaur Leela classes on Radha Kund. Okay. Then when Raghunath Das Goswami is speaking about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in that class Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami is hearing from Raghunath Das Goswami. So this is how the history. Other Goswamis then convinced Raghunath to speak on Mahaprabhu's pastime because he was interested to Swarup Damodar. Raghunath Das then starts speaking on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastime on Radha Kund. In the audience was. So then he says, Chaitanya Leela Ratnasar Swarupera Bhandar Teho Thuliya Raghunathera Kanthe Taha Kichu Yai Sunilu Taha Iha Vistarilu Bhakta Gane Dilu Ei Bhete. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says, the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are the topmost jewels. They have been kept in the storehouse of Swarup Damodar, who has explained them to Raghunath Das, who has repeated them to me. Whatever little I have heard from Raghunath Das Goswami, I am describing that in Chaitanya Charitamrita. So he is so humble, he is saying, look, I am not writing the book of my own. Whatever I have heard authentically from Raghunath Das, I am explaining. Therefore, Vrindavan was full of, so that means at that time Vrindavan was full of Vaishnava devotees. So Jiva Goswami came, then Gopal, then Raghunath Das Goswami came, Rupa and Sanatana was already there. Who is missing now? Oh, who else? Raghunath Bhatt and Gopal Bhatt is missing. Then Gopal Bhatt Goswami comes around the same time frame. And then Raghunath Bhatt also comes in 1530s. In 1530, he comes because Raghunath Bhatt get attracted to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He wants to leave his home. Mahaprabhu says, no, you go back and serve your mother, father. There will be a time, when time is right, you come. Krishna will reveal to you. So then Raghunath Bhatt Goswami is serving Tapan Mishra and his mother. Tapan Mishra was the father of Raghunath Bhatt. And this is the same Tapan Mishra whom Chaitanya Mahaprabhu initially sent to, when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is in today Bangladesh now, but it was a part of India. So then he gives instruction to Tapan Mishra to go to Varanasi. So Raghunath Bhatt is Tapan Mishra's son. Now there is a link of temple construction and why Mahaprabhu sent him there. Why Mahaprabhu sent him there? Because then Tapan Mishra, at that time Mughals was ruling the country, right? Mughals was ruling the India. Then there was Rajput kings of Kachwa dynasties, which was in the Rajasthan area, which was subservient of the Mughals at that time. Understanding the connection? So in 1530, just after his father Tapan Mishra passed away and his mother's passed away, Raghunath Bhatt entered Vrindavan. So all the Goswamis was not together in Vrindavan all the time. Rup Sanatan was the first one to get in. Then came Jiva Goswami, around the same time came Gopala Bhatta, then came Raghunath Bhatta. So in 1541, Jiva Goswami was the last to appear in Vrindavan. Okay? So then from 1541 to 1557, those 16 years, all 6 Goswamis were together. For those 16 years. Remember the original Govind, when the Govindev deity was discovered, right? And by the time this Govindev temple in Vrindavan was constructed, Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami left this mortal world. They didn't see the temple made. So then Jiva Goswami took the instructions of Rupa and Sanatana Goswami and got the temple constructed. Now how he got it constructed is the beautiful pastime which Maharaj has written in his book, Govindev. So those 16 years, so why I explained this little history of Goswamis, because when we understand the histories of Goswamis, then we appreciate the work they have done to discover these places and what we have been handed over by the parampara. Then we feel indebted and appreciated. We appreciate the work which our sampradaya has done, which our parampara has done. Then you develop kritagyata. Then there is a possibility of heart melt. Otherwise, we take it for granted. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sent Rupa and Sanatan first to Vrindavan because, now why did Mahaprabhu send Rupa and Sanatan to Vrindavan? Because they dealt with Whom they dealt with? Nawab Hussain Shah. Means they were very politically savvy. They were diplomats. They knew how to handle politicians. It's not that our Goswamis only did Hare Krishna. Actually, in fact, when they did Hare Krishna means you do everything perfectly. You become, what is that word? Sanskrit word. This is one of the qualifications of a Vaishnava. Expert, daksh, that's the word, daksh. You become expert. So at that time, so Rupa and Sanatan came. They knew how to deal with politics because they were working with Nawab Hussain Shah as finance and the prime minister. Now at that time, Mughal Emperor Akbar was ruling. Okay, Akbar became emperor in 1555. 1555, Akbar became the emperor. Now, Sanatan Goswami left the earth planet in 1557, just 2 years after. But Rupa Goswami stayed a little longer. Then Tapan Mishra then became the family priest of Kachwar king Man Singh in Jaipur. Tapan Mishra. So that was the vision of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So he became, but the worship at that time, it was Sitaram. But anyway, Tapan Mishra was a Gaudiya Vaishnava, but he was still Purohit. Right? And then after Tapan Mishra, when he became old, then Raghunath Bhatt, he was not Goswami then, only Raghunath Bhatt. Then Raghunath Bhatt became the Purohit of Man Singh. Then when Rupa and Sanatan left this mortal world, now Jiva Goswami, being so brilliant in his writings and architecture and so on and so forth, told Raghunath Bhatt, okay, because they have to now build the temple. How are they going to build the temple? They don't have a land. They don't have a money. Who is going to donate? They don't have WhatsApp. They cannot do advertisement. How are they going to build this temple? Just chant Hare Krishna, kal ko ho jayega. Yes, that is the ultimate truth. But they have to actually work. Temple is manifest, but it has to manifest, right? So whenever a pure devotee desires something, Krishna already takes care of it. He said, done. But then you have to work hard to manifest it. So now Jiva Goswami has to manifest this temple, or the temple has to get manifested. Because Rupa and Sanatan desired, because Lord Chaitanya desired. So now how will it happen? Land is not there. Akbar is Akbar is from another religion. He does not believe in deity worship. He is impersonalist. How is he going to do it? So he put the pressure through Man Singh and Torarmal. Torarmal was another king. Through Raghunath Bhatt, told Man Singh to talk to Akbar to put a pressure that we want to construct temple, so give us the land. You see the connection now? So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sent Tapan Mishra to Varanasi. Later he became Purohit of Raja Man Singh, and later Raghunath Bhatt became the Guru of Man Singh and Torarmal. And Man Singh, in collaboration with Emperor Akbar, right? So there was a collaboration between Mughals and Rajput kings. So then Jiva Goswami took up the task to develop Vrindavan and inspired Raghunath Bhatt to instruct Man Singh and Torarmal, to put a pressure and instruct Akbar to say that we want to develop Vrindavan. Afterward, Akbar agreed and granted the first land grant ever in Vrindavan. In 1564, the land was granted in the name of Madan Mohan and Govind Dev. The first land was granted by Akbar, usko bolte hain farman. Maharaj writes in that book, farman. Akbar ने पहला फरमान जारी किया कि ये लैंड देना है. किसको देना है? किसके नाम है वो लैंड? गोविंद देव एंड मदन मोहन. This is actually history. So this happened sometimes in 1560s. Okay. So Jiva Goswami then, now how to build this temple? Okay, land mil gaya. So that first thing. Similarly, Prabhupada struggled in Bombay land, right? Giriraj Maharaj just wrote this book, I'll build you a temple. Right? Very beautiful book. So now Jiva Goswami, look at the mastermind of Jiva Goswami. Then Jiva Goswami said, okay, now we got the land. Now Vrindavan is the first revenue entity because the land is there now, people are going to visit. There will be a temple, there will be some revenue coming. So Vrindavan became first revenue entity. Okay. So now how am I going to construct this temple? So then there was, Jiva Goswami planned in such a way, okay, tell Akbar that he is constructing his palace with these red stones, this red sandstones. We need the same sandstones because those sandstones were very expensive. It was not even available to the wealthiest capitalist of that time. So then there was a collaboration between Man Singh and Akbar that this red stone which is coming to Fatehpur Sikri. You must have heard in history books a place called Fatehpur Sikri. That's where Akbar's palace was. And Agra. Agra mein uska fort tha. So he said, okay, the sandstone is going to Fatehpur Sikri but is going via Vrindavan. So can we have that stone? And also, these workers who are constructing the palace of Akbar, can they come back and construct our temple also? So Goswamis got the land sponsored by one person, they got the temple sponsored by one person, they got the material sponsored by one person. And that person was Akbar. So that is called lazy intelligence. And whole day they are writing literature and chanting Hare Krishna. Still Jiva Goswami was chanting, how was Maharaj? 64 rounds? And living after another tree or another. But look at the mind brilliance. Sitting there, he got, so Jiva Goswami did not have multiple donors, they had only one donor, Akbar. So Akbar also got a Sukriti, you know. Isn't that brilliant? This is the history. And that Akbar had never any faith in Vigraha worship, but he helped construct the whole temples. So Man Singh promised Jiva Goswami that he will get the temple built in 1573 after he comes back from the battle. So Man Singh was going to fight a battle. And he said, if I come as a winner, I will get the Govind Dev temple constructed in collaboration with Akbar. So, in 1575, Govind Dev construction began. 1575, Govind Dev construction began. Till then time, 50 years, the Govind Dev deity was being worshipped on the Tila. After it was found by Rupa and Sanatan, who was the original Vajranath deity. In today's cost, it says that Govind Dev temple took 500 crore rupees of today's value. How much is TOVP we are constructing? Maybe $100 million or something like that? Something similar. So in today's value, that Govind Dev construction was 500 crores. So Govind Dev temple is an architectural masterpiece, and the red stone used to build the temple was not accessible to the West. Now in IIT BHU Varanasi, in theology department, there is a whole department dedicated to Jiva Goswami. So in Govardhan Eco Village, the devotees constructed these temples. So now they wanted to also construct the same exact temple. How are they going to do it? Where is the drawings? Where are the drawings? So they've spotted one civil engineer, told him to take a job in Archaeological Survey of India, got the drawings in a very legal way, constructed the whole temple in GEB. For a seva, you have to, similarly, Jayapataka Maharaj, disciple, he has to fight a law, that child case, he had to become a lawyer to fight the case. So many sevas will come in a different way. So in today's course, so Govindi temple is architectural masterpiece, and the red stone used to build the temple was not accessible. Therefore, what Goswamis accomplished is extraordinary. It is not just, temple ho gaya. It's extraordinary. It's not common. Okay. So let's see. This is some of the construction of the temple. Some of the pictures which are available. Look at the work and look at the sandstone. So Jiva Goswami, while designing Govindam temple, recognized that Akbar has compromised to give us the land because he does not believe in Vigraha, deity worship. So let me also compromise in building the temple. So I am not going to put various gods and goddesses images in the red stone. I am also going to make it simpler, plain cuts like mosques. It's a temple, but instead of putting our god and goddesses all places, I am going to keep it simple and cut. A lot of time I was thinking, there is no place, there is no god and goddesses outside in the temple. But Jiva Goswami had this in mind. He kept it plain cuts on the stone. Jiva Goswami thought, as Akbar has compromised, so let me also compromise. When two people compromise, it is called a dialogue. Otherwise it is monologue. Therefore, the Govindev temple is called a dialogue in stone. That is the name of Govindev temple, English name. A dialogue in stone. The Govindev temple is, now this Govindev temple is described in Adi Leela, 8th chapter Chaitanya Charitamrita, about the worship which was happening in that Govindev temple, which started construction which year? Very good. So now, what was the worship which was happening? Now remember, Rupa and Sanatana they have left the mortal world. The work is on Jiva Goswami now. Jiva Goswami is constructing. So he says, now the chief patron of the temple, who is the chief patron? Man Singh. Because through his collaboration with Akbar, things are happening. Kachwa dynasty. So then the worship of what the worship used to be in Govindev temple of Srila Govind is described in Adi Leela chapter 8. And who is writing this? Where? Where is he sitting and writing this? In Govindev temple. How come he knows what was the worship? It is being revealed to him. So he says, Vrindavan kalpadhrume swarna sadan Mahayoga pitataha ratna simhasan. In Vrindavan is a great place of pilgrimage. Underneath the desire tree is a golden throne bedecked with jewels. Tate vasiyache sada brajendra nandan Shri Govinda Dev Nam Sakshat Madan. So he is saying on that throne is sitting son of Nanda Maharaj, Krishna, Govindev, who is a transcendental Cupid, Sakshat Madan. Now he is explaining the seva, what seva used to happen. So the first word is Raj Seva. What kind of seva? Gopinath Prabhu was explaining the worships at home and temple. But this is another level of seva. When we understand this seva, then we appreciate what seva they were doing and what we are doing. Because of course we are according to... So at least let me do this properly. Raj seva hai taha vichitra prakar. Divya samagri, divya vastra alankar, divya vastra. Varieties of majestic services are rendered to Govind Dev in the temple. They didn't have a problem. और राजभोग कौन बनाएगा आज? टेम्पल प्रेसिडेंट की एंग्जाइटी रहती है, आज ये कौन करेगा सेवा, आज वो कौन करेगा सेवा. They don't have a schedule. They have a schedule, but they're not much people to do seva. Raj seva hai vichitra prakar. Various types of services were being given to Govind Dev. Divya samagri, divya vastra alankar. Divya vastra, when we sponsor a dress here, how much it costs? One dress of Radha Govind and Gaur Nitai from Vrindavan today in the temple, you know? How much it costs? Someone, 1, 2, 3 lakh. And then we honor the sponsor, a बहुत बड़ा dress donate किया. But there the dresses were offered of diamonds because Raja Seva. अब who is doing seva? Jiva Goswami तो फकीर है, वो कैसे डायमंड का लेके आएगा? डायमंड किधर से आ रहा है? मान सिंह, the patrons of Vrindavan. Raj Seva है विचित्र प्रकार. दिव्य सामग्री, वस्त्र अलंकार. वस्त्र मतलब डायमंड ड्रेसेस, रूबी ड्रेसेस. एक डायमंड ड्रेसेस आज टुडे इफ यू हैव टू ऑफर टू सेंट्रल न्यू जर्सी टेम्पल, होल न्यू जर्सी may go bankrupt, I guess. Divya samagri, alankar. You can just now imagine what kind of services were being offered. And Raj Bhog, कितने items बन रहे होंगे? You can't imagine. So then he describes what was the service in the 8th chapter. Sahastra sevaka seva kare anukshan. Sahasra vadane seva na yaye varnan. In that temple of Govind Dev, thousands, not 100, not 1,000, not 2,000. How many? Thousands of servitor was always rendering service to Govind Dev in devotion. Thousands. Even with thousands of mouth, one could not describe this service. Nahi varnan. Seva nahi yaye varnan. I cannot describe that service. अरे थोड़ा सा और बताओ ना. I can't describe. Then he describes who was the head priest of that seva, of that temple. And then he describes his qualities. Severe Adhyaksha. Severe Adhyaksha. Who was the Adhyaksha of that seva? Pandit Haridas. Tanara Yashah Guna Sarva Jagate Prakash. In that temple, the chief servitor was Haridas Pandit. There was a devotee, Haridas Pandit. His qualities and fame, Tanara Yasha Guna. उनका जो यश गुण गान था, सर्व जगते प्रकाश. It is beyond. He was known all over the world actually. This is how glorious his service was. He was a devotee of that caliber. And that is why the service of that caliber was happening. So Chaitanya Charitamrita is telling that if you want service to go to that level, this is the qualities you have to develop. What are that? So then Chaitanya Charita further describes his symptoms. We are not going to get there. Now we'll come back to... so this Maharaj was explaining that these 6 Goswamis were Manjaris from the spiritual world. The Manjaris from the spiritual world established the deities So now original deity was established by Vajranab. Then it got curated. Now the Manjaris, Goswamis excavated those deities and then they constructed the temples and then started the worship again. So the worship started and opulence was at the peak, right? Sahastra Seva, Alankar. Now how could you imagine that such a place getting affected and losing its power? How come? And then we find out through the history that this place was again attacked, correct? We will come to that. That is the second part of Govindev's. So this is, we are discussing only the first part. How the deities came, manifested, then unmanifested when Vajranab left. Then it was manifested again by Rupa Goswami. Then again unmanifested. Then again manifested by Raj Singh II in Jaipur. That's the three parts. But Krishna wants to demonstrate that the time factor can affect everything and everyone. So don't be thinking you are a devotee and I am beyond time factor. If you think like so, you think you are the doer. That means you have false ego. So he further says, I create a level playing field in this material world. Krishna is demonstrating that. I don't even exclude my own dham from the effects of kala externally. Internally, it is always manifested. Therefore, what one should do, he should focus, Maharaj says, focus bhakti within the heart. So the foundation of any temple is the faith and devotion in the heart of that devotee. Structures can be destroyed. Structures can be made, structures can be destroyed, no problem. But if that Shraddha, if that faith is destroyed, then worship cannot start. But if that Shraddha and the faith is intact, then later on the worship will start again. Even after structure has been destroyed. So if the structure is intact, but the faith is destroyed, then worship will collapse, complete collapse. Therefore, there have been periods where worship has stopped, but because Shraddha was there, worship started again. Now, Akbar also departed. Now, Akbar helped construct the temple, correct? Sahastra Seva is continuing. Now Akbar departed. Right there, Man Singh also departing. Second generation of Akbar is coming. Akbar's son was Jahangir. Jahangir's son was Shahjahan. And Shahjahan also has an eldest son called Dharashuko. And his younger son was Aurangzeb. Then at that time, Man Singh now is coming to second generation. Right? Jai Singh I. Now that Jai Singh, so they were again, remember these Rajput Kachwa dynasty was in political alliance with Mughal. Correct? They were subservient. Mughal was at the top. They were still kings, but under the subjugation of Mughals. So Jai Singh I, there was a miscalculation of relationship with Dharashuko. Jai Singh did not like Dharashuko. Aurangzeb saw that Jai Singh is not liking my elder brother. This is an opportunity for me to get him killed by Jai Singh and get onto the throne. Because Aurangzeb and Jai Singh was close. But Dharashuko was not. So political miscalculation. So that means the protector of Vrindavan didn't know what they are doing. They are going to put the future destroyer of Vrindavan onto the throne. So then Jai Singh, through political alliance with Aurangzeb, got his elder brother Dharashuko killed. Aurangzeb got thrown as a Mughal king. Then later on, now it's 1600s now. Then now Shivaji Maharaj is there. Shivaji Maharaj is fighting these battles. he gets arrested in the house arrest in Agra. Then he escapes. Aurangzeb thinks it is who? Jai Singh who helped Shivaji Maharaj to escape. So let me attack the Hindu temples. So Aurangzeb started attacking Mathura, Kasi and Vrindavan temples. So the patrons of Vrindavan actually became the destroyer, even though they were in alliance because of the miscalculation. So Jai Singh did not align with Dharashuko. Rajput king was the patron and the protectors of Vrindavan. By political miscalculation on the part of Rajput king, the destruction of Vrindavan began. Aurangzeb, the younger brother of Dharashuko, could smell Jai Singh did not like Dharashuko, and he got Jai Singh's support and got his brother killed. Jai Singh killed Dharashuko, put Aurangzeb on the throne. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. So now, when Aurangzeb attacked the temple, the devotees are always anxious, correct? The Govinda service was going on. Even though it kept declining a little bit, but service was still there. So devotees then took the Govinda deities and ran. So devotees then came from Vrindavan to Radhakund, Radhakund to Kamyavan, Kamyavan to Amer Valley, Galta, right? So they were there. Then by now, Jai Singh one, Ram Singh's one son, Jai Singh two. Now 2 generations changed. So deities are now outside. So service technically stopped. Now the Govindev temple is today you go, there is no worship there. Only monkeys outside, all over the place. But the same Govindev temple now in Jaipur, flourishing like anything. 5,000 people, something, 4,000, 5,000 people from Mangal Arati every day. But here, in Vrindavan Govindev temple, kuch nahi ho gaya. There's nothing. Right, Maharaj? Am I right? So the deities were brought. Then Jai Singh, Ram Singh's son, Jai Singh too. Now this Jai Singh too, now our acharyas also, now Kaviraj Goswami left. Then Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur has come. And then came Baldev Vidyabhushan. So now here Jai Singh too started associating with Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur in Radha Gokulananda temple in Vrindavan and Baldev Vidyabhushan. So he was a king, and he became king actually at the age of 11. He was made a king. Okay, so balance of part of my slides are not there, but I'll just speak. So he became a king. Then Govindev came into the dream of Jai Singh too, because he was a king. So even while in Vrindavan he has to live like a king. So he made a place next to Radha Gokulananda temple called Jai Singh Ghira. So when he was in that Jai Singh Ghira, Govindev came in his dream. He said, "What is this? What is this? I am the king of Vrindavan, and I am on the roads, and you are my servant, and you are living as a king in my kingdom? Ye kya hai? What is this?" So Govindev now again coming into action. This is not fair. I am on the roads, and you are a king in my home in a palace. So immediately Jai Singh too, change of heart, puts all his treasury into constructing this city. So then he starts, so then in Jai Singh Ghira, the entire plan of Jaipur was formed right there. Then he started becoming, when he grew old, he started the architecture of how Jaipur city will be constructed. The center of the Jaipur city was Govindev. So in all this game, who is the player? Govindev is the player. Everybody is running around. Govindev is the player. So then he gives a dream to Jai Singh too, to make my temple. So then Jai Singh too makes this entire city of Jaipur as a temple with Govind Dev in the center. And that is the next part of how it came about, and how then further Maharaj Jai Singh too actually was a Gaudiya Vaishnava follower, because he was associating with Sadhu Sangha, Sarvachan. He was associating with Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur and Baldev Vidyabhushan. So he became devotee, but he was a king. But what he was lacking was the support of Tattva philosophy. Because at that time, when Jai Singh II of Kachwa dynasty was there, he was the first king who brought Gaudiya Vaishnavism into the Rajput Gharana. They were all Ramanandis before, worshipper of Lord. So then they said, our Guru is so and so. He said, no, my Guru is Gaudiya Vaishnava. So this Guru issue is the old issue. This Guru issue is not a ISKCON modern issue. It is there before itself. So then Jai Singh too, Maharaj Jai Singh, really was going Vedic way, by establishing Govind Dev as a center. Then Aurangzeb gave Jai Singh too the title of Savai, and he did not like the title Savai anymore. Even though before he put the Savai means more than one, Sava, right? So Aurangzeb gave him that title. But then at that time the Mughals were also becoming weak, so he thought this is the right time for me to, in my heart, to overthrow the supremacy of Mughals and accept the supremacy of Govind Dev. So he openly declared now his intimate relationship with Govind Dev. Then he wrote a verse. He said, Savai Jai Singh something, Savai Jai Singh Sharan, Govind Charan. Mera Sharan jo hai, wo kaun hai? Govind Dev. My Sharan is no more the Mughals. I now renounce that. So he was going all the Vedic way now, because time was also changing. So then he, in collaboration with Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur and Baldev Vidyabhushan, then now the Ramanandis who were there in the previous, the Purohits of the Kachwa kings, were now, all of a sudden now they have to chant Hare Krishna, because Jai Singh too now is saying, Govind Dev is my shelter. So then some of the Ramanandis started associating with Sri Sampradaya. So they became Ramanandis of Sri Sampradaya. Because you have to hook with one of the Sampradaya, right? Sampradaya Vihina, Yantra, Mantra, Vishaphala Mata. Like if you're not associated with any of the four, then your mantra is not the right mantra. So they started. Then there was certain other Ramanandis who said, no, we are right. Then there were few who became Babajis, Ramanandi Babajis, who were still having some extra marital affairs and stuff like that. Jai Singh did not like that. He created a place for them outside Mathura, also told them, hey, you are calling yourself Babaji, but you have a relationship with a woman, you please better marry. Don't have illicit, so marry. So like that, he was all over the place. Then he started talking to Gaudiya Vaishnavas in Manipur and Navadvip, trying to reconcile. He had a big, huge library also, Jai Singh too, of Gaudiya Vaishnava literature, being a king. But he was lacking the Tattva support. So Tattva support was coming from our Goswamis, our Parampara. So he was a beautiful. Then that's when they found out, the king's deity is now Radha Govind Dev. So then the Ramanandis started asking the question, Arey, what kind of worship are you telling me? Our worship is Sitaram, they are married. Radha Govind, what is it, married or unmarried? They started asking this question. Justify your philosophy. Our philosophy at that time was, of course, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur gave a elaborate commentary on Parakya Ras. Right? Now they are questioning what? They are questioning the relationship of, so even Govindev have to hear those questions. So then Acharyas have to come and support the philosophy. Correct? So even Govindev is not spared here. So now they started asking the question, if they are unmarried, how can we worship? What kind of standard are you setting us? So then Jiva Goswami ended up writing explanation of, Jiva Goswami said they are married also. Yeah, then he explained Shastra. Then at that time there was no, commentary, because every sampradaya, so then Ramanandi started saying, our commentary is there, other commentary is there. अरे तुम्हारा गौड़ियों का किधर है commentary? Gaudiya Vaishnava. So all this thing happened. So then this was all under the regime of Raj Singh II, who said, okay, I will standardize all this now. I will standardize the worship. So now to standardize cannot be done by the talwar, because he is a king. All he can do is talwar. But what he else needs? He needs tattva, he needs gyan. So for that he needs support of philosophy. And then, by them, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur was very old. He could not go. Then he sent Vishwanath, then Baldev Vidyabhushan wrote that. Right? So still at that time, the literature which was being written was for practitioners who were already practicing Vaishnava Bhakti. Vaishnavism. For those people who are already practicing. It was not for anybody. So then Baldev Vidyabhushan recognized that. Then he said, it's not going to work. So first he wrote the half commentary, at least the worship, because by then Ramanandi stopped the worship of Govindev. Till then. And Jai Singh did not like it. So he said, please come now. So Govindev, then Baldev Vidyabhushan wrote the commentary. So when this appearance day comes, we have to glorify like this for the acharyas, because what a contribution, right? So then he wrote the initial commentary, not full yet, first portion. He showed it to them, had a dialogue with them. Then the worship at least started. Then later on, he wrote full, complete Govind Bhashya. He said, you have to give me some time. So then he gave him time. Then they wrote this whole Bhashya. Then the worship again started. So you see now that Vajranam, then Tila, then Tila to Govindev temple to Jaipur. And Krishna is running as Govindev all over the place. So I hope it was helpful and devotional, I don't know. So I just made a little attempt by the blessings of Maharaj and other devotees. I liked, I was never, see when we hear this history like this, we appreciate at least. And then we recognize the work of our acharyas, what they did at that time.
But I don't know, I mean, it will happen.
9,000 more years, who knows what will happen? Who knows? Who Krishna will engage when, where? Right? Any comment, anybody wants to add? details to this, but I didn't cover that. I just listened.
Just came to my mind that when you were explaining about Today, Madan Mohan ji and Govinda ji and Gopinath ji, all three two together. Presently, we have Sri Radha Raman ji present in Sri Ram Vrindavan, who is the Milit Swarup of all three, and is also we worship him as a Mahaprabhu's representation.
Maharaj, you would like to add something? Okay. Any other questions anybody have? I don't know. I'll be able to answer them. So, okay, let me ask the question if nobody has a question. Is that okay? So, what inspiration we derive from this pastime? We start from the back. What inspiration can we derive? Even if there is no inspiration, that's another answer. It's okay.
Karla can be inside your inside the conviction inside the heart that is not
No, no, it should not change. It can also change, but it should not change. Right?
Prabhuji, the inspiration is that everything starts from the seed of bhakti in your heart. And then from there, many things can happen, temple can manifest, you can find sponsors, and then a lot of things can happen, but everything starts from there. Is that a fair
Yeah,
summary?
I think so. Our Maharaj's Aligarh temple also manifested like that. Yeah. Very good. Who else? Any other inspirations or anything you got from this pastimes? Or you liked? Anyone? Okay. Hari Bol. Vanchakalpatarubhesya kripa sindhubhaya cha patitanam pavnebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Guru Gaurang ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki, Guru Maharaj ki, Sat Goswamis ki jai. Hare Krishna. Maharaj, next was Kirtan or something. Kirtan Mela.
Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gai Gora Madhur Sware. Gai Gora Madhur Sware. Grihe tako, bane tako, sada hari bole dakho. 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 Sukhe dukhe bhulo nakho, bodhane hari naam koro re. Sukhe dukhe bhulo nakho, bodhane hari naam koro re. Gai Gora Madhur Sware. Gai Gora Madhur Sware. Maya jale pada hoye, ajo miche kajol hoye. Maya jale pada hoye, ajo miche kajol hoye. Ajo miche ধনা পেয়ে রাধা মাধব নাম বলো রে এখন আছে ধনা পেয়ে রাধা মাধব নাম বলো রে গায় গোরা মধুস্বরে গায় গোরা মধুস্বরে জীবন হইল শেষ না বজিলে ঋষিকে 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 ভক্তি বিনোদ উপাদে একবার নাম রসে মতরে ভক্তি বিনোদ উপাদে একবার নাম রসে মতরে গায় গোরা মধুস্বরে গায় গোরা মধুস্বরে হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Kalindi Jamuna Jayo Jayo Mahaban Keshi Gata Bangshi Bata Raja Shakana Jaha Shabalila Toilo Sri Nanda Nanda Sri Nanda Jasoda Jaya Jaya Gopaga Sri Damadi Jaya Jaya Denu Vatsaga Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Kitila Sundari Jaya Purnamasi Jaya Abhira Nagari Jaya Jaya Gopishara Vrindavanamar Jaya Jaya Krishna Shakha Batu Dijara Jaya Ramagata Jaya Rohini Nandana Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Basi Jata Jan Jaya Dvija Patni Jaya Naga Kanyaga Bhakti Teja Hara Pailo Govinda Charan Jaya Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavana Sri Govinda Gopinatha Madana Mohan Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavana Sri Govinda Gopinatha Madana Mohan Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Vatsala Sri Gaura Hari Vajabhakata Vatsala Sri Gaura Hari Sri Gaura Hari Sahi Goshta Bihari Nanda Jasomati Chita Hari Ela Holo Damodara Ishaye Kana Boga Mandire Basi Karaha Bojana Nandirani Deshi Bashi Giri Baradari Baladeva Saha Sokha Boise Sari Sari Shukta Shakhari Vaji Lalita Kushmanda Dalidana Dugda Tumi Dadi Mocha Kanda Buddha Bora Mash Boda Roti Kagritana Chaskuli Pista Kakir Puli Payasana Kapura Amrita Keli Ramba Kirashara Amrita Rasalanga Gadasha Pakora Luci Sinisar Puri Ladura Sabali Bhojana Korena Krishna Hoye Kutuhali Radhikara Pakayana Bibida Bhanjana Paramayanande Krishna Korena Bhojana Chale Bale Ladu Khai Sri Madhu Mangala Bagala Bajaya Deya Hari Bolo Radhikari Gani Hari Nayane Akone Tripta Hoye Kai Krishna Jasoda Bhavani Bhojanande Priya Krishna Subhasita Bari Sabe Mukha Prakaloy Hare Sari Sari Asta Mukha Prakaliya Jata Sakagane Anande Vishrama Kore Baladeva Sane Jambula Rasalane Tambula Masala Tahake Krishna Chandra Sukhe Nidradela Vishalaka Shiki Pucha Chamara Dulaya Apurva Sayaya Krishna Sukhe Nirayaya Yasomati Anga Priya Danishtayanito Sri Krishna Prasad Radha Unje Hoye Prito Lalithari Saki Gana अवशेष पाया मन मन सुखे राधा कृष्ण गुण गाया हरि लीला एकमात्र जहाँ प्रमोदा भोगारती गाय ठाकुर भक्ति विनोद भक्त वत्सल श्री गौर हरि भज भक्त वत्सल श्री गौर हरि श्री गौर हरि सहि गोष्ठ बिहारी श्री गौर हरि सहि गोष्ठ बिहारी नंद जसोमती चित हरि नंद जसोमती चित हरि भज गोविंद गोविंद गोपाला 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 রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে দামোদর রাতি বর্ধন বেশে দামোদর রাতি বর্ধন বেশে হরি নিষ্কুত বৃন্দা বিপিনে সে হরি নিষ্কুত বৃন্দা বিপিনে সে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দইতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে শশীলেকে বিশ্ববানুদারি নব শশীলেকে ললিত সতী গুণ রমিত বিশাখে ললিত সতী গুণ রমিত বিশাখে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব জয়িতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব জয়িতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব জয়িতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব জয়িতে করুণম কুরু মাই করুণ বরিতে করুণম কুরু মাই করুণ বরিতে সনক সনাতন বর্ণিত চরিতে সনক সনাতন বর্ণিত চরিতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব জয়িতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব জয়িতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 এবার করুণা করো বৈষ্ণব গোসাই, এবার করুণা করো বৈষ্ণব গোসাই, পতিত পাবন তোমা বিনে কেহ নাই, পতিত পাবন তোমা বিনে কেহ নাই, যাহার নিকটে গেলে আপদূরে যায়, যাহার নিকটে গেলে আপদূরে যায়, এমন দয়াল প্রভুকে বা কোথায় পায়, এমন দয়াল প্রভুকে বা কোথায় পায়, গঙ্গার পরশ হলে আশাতে পাওয়া, গঙ্গার পরশ হলে আশাতে পাওয়া, দর্শনে পবিত্র করো তোমার দর্শন পবিত্র করো তোমার হরিস্থানে অপরাধে করে হরি হরিস্থানে অপরাধে করে হরি স্থানে অপরাধে নাহি তোমার স্থানে অপরাধে নারথমে করো দয়া আপনার বলি নারথমে করো দয়া আপনার বলি এবার করুণা করো বৈষ্ণব এবার করুণা করো বৈষ্ণব পতিত পাবন তোমা বিনে কেহ নাই পতিত পাবন তোমা বিনে কেহ Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gai Gora Madhur Sare. Gai Gora Madhur Sare. Grihe Tako, Bone Tako, Sada Hari, Bole Dako. গৃহে থাকো বনে থাকো সদা হরি বলে দেখো গৃহে থাকো বনে থাকো সদা হরি বলে দেখো গৃহে থাকো বনে Krishna, Hare Hare, Jayo Radhe Jayo Krishna Jayo Vrindavana Sri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohana Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Kalindi Jamuna Jayo Jayo Mahavan Keshi Gata Bangshi Bata Raja Shrakanana Jaha Shabalila Toilo Sri Nanda Nanda Sri Nanda Jasoda Jaya Jaya Gopaga Sri Damadi Jaya Jaya Denu Vatsaga Sri Nanda Jasoda Jaya Jaya Gopaga Sri Damadi Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya श्यामा जय जय रासलीला सर्वमनोरम जय जय जल रस सर्वरस परकीय भावे जहाँ ब्रजेते प्रचार जय जय जल रस सर्वरस परकीय भावे श्रीजनवपद पद्म करिय स्मरण दीन कृष्ण दास करि नाम संकीर्तन जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री
Hare Krishna, we are going to start now.
Hare Krishna. Okay, we can start. Hare Krishna. Speak to mic. Okay, Hare Krishna, start please. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Madhuri Radhe.
क्या हुआ प्रभु जी?
What's going on? What's happening?
अरे यार I just have a meeting यार, like 2 minutes में, 2 मिनट में है मीटिंग यार.
अरे 2 मिनट में है तो मुझे भी 5 मिनट में जाना है. हमने कल रात को बात हुई थी ना, ये क्या बर्तन वहाँ पे पड़े हुए हैं अंदर, ये दूध उबल रहा है, ये क्या है? मुझे भी ऑफिस जाना है, पता है, पहले भोगा बनाना है मुझे आरती करनी है, चैंटिंग बाकी है थोड़ा. ये रोज रोज की खिटपिट मुझे भी, मैं परेशान हो गया हूँ.
अरे प्रभु आप ऐसे क्यों कर रहे हो? मेरी मीटिंग है अभी, मैं आपको बताया होता था कि मेरी मीटिंग है.
हाँ तो मुझे ठेला चलाने नहीं जाना है, मुझे भी मीटिंग में जाना है.
लेकिन आप थोड़े बर्तन है या जो भी है थोड़ा साफ कर लेंगे तो क्या होगा?
नहीं, मैंने बोला था ना बर्तन. कल रात को 2 दिन से वो दूध उबल रहा है, उसके बर्तन भी मैं मांज रहा हूँ रात को घर पे आके. आवाज मैंने बोला ना, मैं भोगा बनाऊंगा तो भोगा बनाऊंगा, बस कोई बर्तन नहीं मांजूंगा मैं.
अरे मैं मीटिंग खत्म करके फिर बाद में कर लेती हूँ ना, प्लीज आज आप बर्तन कर लो, मैं भोगा बना लूंगी, प्लीज ऐसे मत करो यार.
अरे कोई भी स्टोरी बना दो, वैसे तो बच्चन जैसे एक्टिंग करते हो. अपने बॉस को बता दो कि मुझे नहीं आना है, ये है, कोई भी बहाना करा दो, मैं नहीं करूंगा, मुझे जाना है.
मत किया करो, मंदिर में तो जब भी कुछ भी हो, हाँ प्रभु मुझे दे दो, जो भी सेवा दोगे ले लूंगा.
हेलो
मैं चलता हूँ, तो झाड़ू पोछा करने मैं चलता हूँ, और आप
अरे
बच्चे
मंदिर
भी याद नहीं आते कि बच्चे हैं हमारे, तब तो सेवा के लिए भागते रहते हो।
अरे मंदिर में तो हमको ऑपुलेंट प्रसाद हम खिलाते हैं माता जी, यहाँ पे घर पे तो वही मिलता है, वो ढोकला। छोड़ो, मुझे मत बुलाओ। तुम्हें करना है कि नहीं वो बर्तन और वो सब?
प्रभु अभी मेरी मीटिंग है, प्रभु अभी मेरी मीटिंग है, आप अभी ना प्लीज ऐसे मत किया करो, वरना मैं ना मुझे भी समझ आता है। आप ना, मैं सुबह में उठ के सब सारे भगवान के काम करती हूँ, कृष्णा के काम करती हूँ, मैं बच्चों का देखती हूँ, टिफिन भरती हूँ, आपके टिफिन भरती हूँ, जॉब करती हूँ, कितना मुझसे नहीं होगा सब, इससे ज्यादा नहीं होगा।
बच्चों का काम तो बच्चे तो स्कूल में ड्रॉप करने जाता हूँ, प्रसाद बनानी मेरी मास्टर ही नहीं है, वरना मैं बोलता मैं प्रसाद बनाऊँ रोज और आप वो बर्तन करो। ये
आपको तो बस बोलना है, सुबह में उठ के आप तो माला लेके हरे कृष्णा करके ऐसे 2 घंटे घूम के आते हो। मेरा क्या है, मैं क्या कब करूँ, मेरी स्पिरिचुअल लाइफ भी है।
मैंने कहा
अब ना मुझे ना गुरु महाराज को और गुरु माँ को फोन करके बताना ही पड़ेगा कि आप मेरी स्पिरिचुअल लाइफ में हेल्प नहीं करते, सपोर्ट नहीं करते।
अरे ये बात में आप गुरु महाराज की धमकी, क्या इमोशनल अत्याचार हो चुका है।
और
क्या है, कोई भी बात है तो गुरु महाराज को बता दूंगी।
अगर मैं गुरु महाराज और गुरु माँ को बीच में ना लाऊं तो आपको तो समझ ही नहीं आती। पटरी तो वो नीचे ही, पटरी से ट्रेल नीचे ही उतरी होती है, तब भी आती है पटरी पे रेल।
अरे भाई वीर, अपनी मम्मा को लेके समझा, जरा हेल्प करा उनको। कहाँ गया?
अब भी आप सबके सब
कहाँ गए तेरे बच्चे? हमारे बच्चे, सॉरी।
अभी आप जाओ, अभी आप जाओ मेरी।
हाँ मैं चला जाऊंगा, तो भोगा के क्या करेंगे? अरे मेरी बात तो सुनो।
थोड़ा मॉडिफाई करो।
सॉरी सर,
सॉरी सर, ये सर ने तो, अब मुझे जाने दो, मुझे कुछ करना पड़ेगा।
Yes. No sir, the notes have been presented already. They are with Shikha.
एक मिनट होल्ड कर सकते हो क्या? मैं आरती कर लूँ हूँ पहले, ये भोगा तो मुझे पता नहीं अब क्या करना पड़ेगा।
Yes, the presentation is ready.
ये पहले वाला सीन है।
Yes, it has been done. Yes sir. Sir, मेरा ना, हाँ सर, everything is ready for the client. Let me do this. मैंने शिखा को सब समझा दिया है। एक काम करती हूँ प्रभु, मेरा ना थोड़ी आज तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, मैं ना कल सुबह बात करती हूँ। शिखा को सब पता है, और वैसे भी मीटिंग तो कल क्लाइंट के साथ तो कल सुबह है ना, तो हो जाएगा सर। हाँ जी सर, यस, ओके सर, आई विल टेक द लीव टुडे। हाँ, थैंक यू सर।
हे कृष्णा, ये मैंने क्या कर दिया? ये बार बार मुझे दोगले सुन के मैं परेशान हो गया हूँ। मैं सही में, आपको तो पता है राइट, यू नो एवरीथिंग, कि मैं दोगला नहीं हूँ। सही में मैं भी समझ सकता हूँ, क्योंकि बात भी सही है। मैं भी मॉर्निंग में जाके अपना मॉर्निंग वॉक करके आता हूँ, वो बगीचे में घूम के आता हूँ, वो सब। वो भी बेचारी क्या करेगी, उसको भी ऑफिस जाना है, ये है प्रसाद, ये करना है, वो करना है। लेकिन आपको तो पता है ना, वो तो कभी भी नहीं समझ पाएगी कि मैं क्या करता हूँ क्या नहीं। आप समझ जाना भगवान, मैं दोगला नहीं हूँ।
यार, हे कृष्णा, मैंने भी ये क्या कर दिया। ये प्रभु को भी मैं, ही इज रियली, बच्चों को भी इतना संभालते हैं। मैं जब ना हूँ या जो भी है, कोई गेस्ट आने वाले तो सब साफ सफाई भी कर लेते हैं। कभी कभी मेरा मीटिंग का काम और वगैरह सब ज़्यादा हो जाता है, पर मेरे, आई शुड हैव कम्युनिकेटेड नाइसली विथ हिम। ये मज़ा नहीं आया।
अरे कृष्णा, माधुरी राधे।
सॉरी प्रभु।
अच्छा, मैंने कल के नहीं परसों के भी बर्तन मांज के रख दिए। थोड़ा हंसो, प्रसाद भी बना लिया है मैंने, भोगा भी ऑफर कर लिया है, और जहाँ टेबल पे भी आएंगे, टेबल पे भी उठा के लेके जाऊँ। तो चलो साथ में थोड़ा प्रसाद लेते हैं, और फिर हम अपने अपने जॉब पे जाते हैं।
मैं बनाऊंगी तब ना, अब मैं बनाने जाती हूँ। अगर आपने बर्तन कर लिए तो फिर मैं फटाफट से
मैंने
बना
थोड़ा
लेती हूँ।
तो
भोगा मैं कर लेती हूँ, कोई बात नहीं। और सॉरी प्रभु, वो ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस हो जाता है। आपको पता है कि ईयर एंड और मंथ एंड में मेरी हालत कैसी होती है।
समझ सकता हूँ, सॉरी
प्रभु। हरी आप कर लो ना।
हरी बोल।
ये हथियार है हमारे। हथियार के साथ हमारे।
There's nothing unreal. Everything is real in my life.
ये
असली है।
बाहर फिट कर दिया आपने।
हाँ? On है? On. Okay.
Before.
Bal. Is that better now?
So we have to do before and after,
Check,
right?
check.
Before. Oh, before. My God, it will be explosive.
Okay, so before we do this drama, I just want to apologize if we are overbearing or too much overacting होगी. Basically, हम जो छोटा सा दर्शाना चाह रहे हैं कि it's our typical Wednesday morning. I teach some health classes. They are called body pump classes. उसमें strength training है. तो उसके लिए मैं 5:30 बजे उठती हूँ, practice करती हूँ और फिर मैं teach करने जाती हूँ. And that class is usually at 8:30. And फिर मैं आते आते मुझे 10 बज जाते हैं. तो वो सीन है कि मैं क्लास करके आई हूँ और मेरे पति की क्या हालत होगी आप लोग ये देखोगे, ठीक है?
Please be merciful
मैं
to me.
घर पे थकी टूटी हुई 1 घंटे की क्लास टीच करके आई हूँ और ये मेरे को डोर पे मिलेंगे. हाँ, वो एक शुरू कर रही हो, डोंट वरी. गैराज खुला.
आ गया हरिबोल?
हाँ हरिबोल.
क्या यार इतनी लेट? क्या ये भी कोई टाइम है आने का?
हरिबोल.
मैं निकल रहा बस अभी.
हरिबोल, वो लोग मिल गए थे ना यार. आई हैड टू टॉक टू माय फ्रेंड्स एंड ऑल दैट, यू नो. फिर वेट्स वापस रखने थे. टाइम लगता है प्रभु जी थोड़ा सा. आपको क्या पता कि कितना मेरे को करना पड़ता है.
ये ठीक नहीं है यार, ऐसे नहीं
अच्छा,
चलने
आप
वाला
ऐसे
काम.
करो. आपका क्या क्या
Forget
हो
it यार.
नहीं नहीं, सुनो सुनो, आपका क्या क्या हो गया है बताओ तो सही.
क्या हो गया? कुछ भी नहीं हुआ, मेरे राउंड्स नहीं हो पा रहे.
अच्छा ठीक है ठीक है. आप
तुम्हारे चक्कर में.
आपकी मार्केट खुल गई है ना?
कौन सी मार्केट?
मार्केट ऊपर जा रही है नीचे जा रही है?
सब कुछ नीचे है अभी.
अब हमारा दिन अच्छा नहीं जा
Everything is
सकता.
going down.
आज अब हमारा दिन अच्छा नहीं जा सकता. अच्छा हरिबोल, ऐसा है कि मैं थोड़ा रेस्ट कर लेती हूँ और फिर आपको मैं किचन में मिलती हूँ, ठीक है? तो मैं अब
मेलोडाउन हो गया, मतलब आफ्टर हो गया ये.
सीन 2 ये है कि मैं अब तैयार होने जा रही हूँ और मैं नीचे आऊँगी और अपनी किचन को देखूँगी और आप देखोगे कि मैं किचन में आई हूँ और सब कुछ फैला हुआ है. एंड अभी भी माइंड यू कि मैंने अभी कुछ खाया नहीं है, कुछ पिया नहीं है, सिर्फ ये सब कुछ फैला हुआ है और मुझे यहाँ पर काम करना है.
और भगवान का भोगा भी नहीं बनाया.
हाँ जी. और यहाँ पर पति देव जी एज यूजुअल सिर्फ चैंटिंग कर रहे हैं और आराम फरमा रहे हैं. तो क्या होगा हमारा, क्या होगा आप सोच ही सकते हो.
और माँ जी तो समझती नहीं है कि क्या what a man goes through, you know. You have no idea. This is a fact.
Well, the question is,
कितनी बार
does he understand what a woman goes through?
कंटेंशन पॉइंट यही है सारा.
सही में लड़ाई यही की है, लड़ाई यही की है. वुमन पावर, वुमन पावर. ओके हरि बोल. मैं किचन में जा रही हूँ, फटाफट मैं प्रसाद बना रही हूँ, आप भगवान की सेवा कर लो.
राउंड्स किए कि नहीं तुमने पहले ये बताओ.
इसी पे लड़ाई है. इसी पे सबसे जो हमारा मुद्दा है लड़ाई का वो है कि राउंड्स हुए हैं कि नहीं हुए. भैया राउंड्स हो जाएंगे, 2 मिनट सांस तो लेने दो ना बीवी को. सांस लेने नहीं देते हैं. बस ये है कि 5:30 बजे उठ जाओ, 2 टांगों पे खड़े हो जाओ.
5:30 बजे उठ के डू योर राउंड्स.
अच्छा. तो एनीवे अब आप भगवान की सेवा कर लो प्रभु जी फटाफट. अब अराउंड 11 o'clock बज रहे हैं हमारे और हमारे अभी तक भगवान की सेवा नहीं की गई है अभी तक. तो मैं तो फटाफट कर रही हूँ. तो अब मुझे गुस्सा आ रहा है क्योंकि अब कुछ हुआ नहीं है. तो अब ये है कि उनको दिखाना है भाई ये सच्चाई है, राइट, कि आपने क्यों नहीं काम किया, क्यों.
ये क्या है?
आप क्या समझते हो कि मैं सारा दिन किचन में खड़ी रहूं?
और
है?
क्या?
सारा दिन मैं काम भी करती रहूं.
क्या जरूरत है? Women are supposed to be at home, serve their husbands.
मैंने सर्विस क्या नहीं करी है, सर्विस क्या नहीं करी है मुझे बताओ. मुझे आज ये पोल खोलनी है कि मैंने सेवा क्या क्या नहीं की है तुम्हारी.
क्या ये सुबह उठ के जाना, एक्सरसाइज, ये क्या है?
अब प्रभु जी ये बताइए किसको ये गलत लगता है कि मैं एक्सरसाइज सिखाने जाती हूँ. कहते हैं ना कि देयर इज अ माइंड एंड बॉडी कनेक्शन. अगर आपका माइंड स्ट्रांग करना है तो बॉडी भी साथ साथ स्ट्रांग करनी है, तब वो कनेक्शन जुड़ेगा, करेक्ट. तो इसमें किसी को गलत लगता है? बिल्कुल नहीं, ठीक है।
किसी को ये अच्छा लगता है कि सुबह सुबह उठ के घर की लक्ष्मी बाहर जा रही है और औरत
जो आपकी घर की लक्ष्मी जा रही है बाहर, वो लक्ष्मी लेके भी आ रही है। फ्री में नहीं कर रही है।
That's a good thing. I'll take that. That's why.
बिल्कुल सही है, बिल्कुल सही है।
वो कौन सा वाला था?
हाँ बस अब हम अपना भोग तैयार कर रहे हैं।
शादी से पहले थी फूलवती, नहीं फूल वाली, फूलमुखी।
पहले शादी से पहले अच्छी लगती थी।
शादी से पहले फूलमुखी थी, शादी के बाद ज्वालामुखी है।
ज्वाला तो वैसे आप में भी है काफी सारा।
Which I am using.
Okay.
Okay,
अच्छा चलो
afterwards.
अब आप भगवान जी की सेवा कर लो, मैं भगवान
Okay,
जी की प्लेट
चलो।
बना रही हूँ। देव क्या क्या ऑफर करना है?
सब कर लो यार, जो भी है।
सबका नाम भी होता है।
हरे कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण।
हरि बोल।
कर लो यार, जो भी करने करो।
हरि बोल। सारे
मेरे
फ्रूट्स
को
ऑफर कर
फोकस करने
दूं?
दो, फोकस
सारे
करने
फ्रूट्स ऑफर कर दूं?
दो। महाराज कहते हैं मन को हरि नाम में लगाओ,
ओके।
बीवी में मत लगाओ। हरे कृष्ण।
ओके।
ओम
मैं सारे फ्रूट्स काट रही हूँ प्रभु जी। नट्स भी ऑफर करने हैं?
मैं भी नट्स हो गया यार,
मैं
मेरे को भी ऑफर कर लो।
बनाना ब्रेड भी करनी है,
नो।
गुलाब जामुन भी करने हैं। अच्छा आज सब
हरे
कुछ
कृष्ण,
करना है।
हरे
ओके
कृष्ण, हरे
ओके।
कृष्ण, कृष्ण।
ऑपिलेंट करनी है, ऑपिलेंट
कृष्ण।
करनी है। अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है। मैं डिस्टर्ब तो नहीं कर रही हूँ ना तुम्हें?
अरे यार अभी करने दो ना, अभी जो हो करो करो, जो भी करो करो।
ओके चलो मैं ऑफरिंग लेके आ रही
ओके
हूँ।
ओके। ओ कृष्ण, कहाँ फंस गया?
तुलसी आपके पास है?
ना धनम ना जनम न सुंदरीम कविताम व जगदीश काम है मम जन्मनि जन्मनि ईश्वरे भक्तार भवती अहित कृत्व।
ये लो
कृष्ण
प्रभु ऑफरिंग।
चलो छोड़ दो यार, एडजस्ट यू नो, लेट इट गो, लेट इट गो। चैतन्य आ जाएगी, धीरे धीरे वापस आ जाएगी। ठीक है, थोड़ा लॉन्ग रूट ले लिया,
प्रभु जी।
पर आपकी कृपा के बिना नहीं आएगी गुरु महाराज। प्लीज कुछ तो भी, कुछ कृपा कर दो महाराज। पता नहीं आपने कैसे अपना जीवन ऐसे निकाला, कभी आपके साथ भी बैठ के ये बातें करूं।
हाँ हाँ बस गुरु महाराज सारा दिन गुरु महाराज करते रहते हो।
नो नो, सो नाउ वी आर बैक राइट।
या
चलो छोड़ दे यार, ठीक है जैसी भी है तो बीवी ना, ले दे के कहीं सर्व तो कर ही देती है, ऐसे नहीं है। धीरे धीरे शी इज लिसनिंग, शी इज अ गुड वाइफ। और मुझे भी अपना, मुझे भी अपना रवैया थोड़ा चेंज करना चाहिए, है ना। कूल डाउन, कूल डाउन, कूल डाउन। ओम शांति शांति। हरि बोल। ओके हरि बोल। आई एम सो सॉरी यार, मैंने
नहीं हरि बोल, मैं भी सॉरी हूँ।
यू नो
कल से ना हम लोग जल्दी करेंगे, लेट्स फिगर दिस आउट।
जल्दी आ जाओ।
हाँ।
और लेट्स हमारी संडे को, हमारी संडे फीस कुकिंग भी है।
मुझे अभी बता दो कि क्या स्वीट बनानी है हमने।
राधा गोविंद की सर्विस करनी है।
हाँ।
और फिर आगे महाराज की भी बहुत सर्विसेज हैं। लेट्स वर्क टुगेदर।
ठीक है।
हरि बोल।
हरे कृष्ण।
हरे कृष्ण।
हरि बोल, हरि बोल। ऑन कर, हरि बोल। हाँ
Hare Krishna. So, as two devotee families portray different scenes, so we are portraying a Sunday morning scene where everybody has to go temple, and as usual, Prabhuji is laid back, he is doing his own thing, and Mataji is working hard. Okay.
Nobody knows what goes behind the services, right?
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
So,
Hare
Vidya.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
Hari bol.
Prabhu, I'm
Hari
chanting.
bol, Hari
Prabhu,
bol, I
I'm
know.
chanting.
But
Hare
today
Krishna,
is
Hare
Sunday,
Krishna.
and I don't want to be
I know,
late.
Prabhu. That's every day's
So
thing.
we have to
Prabhu.
leave sharp at 3 o'clock.
Prabhu, I know, I
And
know.
I don't
Prabhu.
want Surat sleeping too much. He should be up. and we have to leave on time.
I know, Prabhu.
Okay.
That's every
So
Sunday.
manage your time. I don't care.
Okay.
I have a meeting in the temple, and
Okay,
I have to finish my chanting. So you manage your work and make sure everything is done on time.
Okay, Prabhu.
And then we are leaving at sharp 3 o'clock.
And then what time we are coming back, Prabhu?
We will come back sharp at 8 o'clock.
Are you sure, Prabhu?
Yes, yes.
Did you
yes,
check with your
yes,
kids,
yes,
Prabhu?
Yes.
Okay.
So let me finish my work, and then I have to finish my chanting, and then we will leave for temple.
Okay, Prabhu. Let me. Can I chant quietly, Prabhu,
Sure,
for
sure,
some time?
sure.
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram,
Hare Hare,
Ram, Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Ram, Ram,
Suvrat, get up! Come on, Suvrat, Bhavya. Okay.
So now it's about 11 or 12 o'clock in the noon.
So Prabhu, I'm
Are
making
we
some
ready?
brunch. I'm making some brunch, okay? Because we are getting late. As you said that we have to leave early, and you are busy on the phone calls as usual.
Of
I
course.
have this call, I have that
Of
call.
course, I have to complete my services.
I know,
I'm
Prabhu.
getting so
Even
many
I have
calls.
services, Prabhu. What to do? I
Hari
have
Bol,
only two
Hare
hands,
Krishna.
Prabhu.
Dandat Pranam. Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Srila Gurudev.
Prabhu.
Yes.
Hari Bol, Prabhu. Even I
Absolutely,
have to
Mataji,
attend a meeting.
Absolutely, Mataji. I will be on time. We will be on time. Please don't worry.
Prabhu, can you please mute? I need to talk to you. Prabhu, please.
Don't you see? I am talking on the phone.
Prabhu, even I have to do.
Absolutely. Just
even
give me 1
I have
second.
Prabhu, even
Yes.
I have a call. I have a Rath Yatra meeting
Can I call
also,
you back,
Prabhu,
Mataji?
Sunday school meeting.
Sure. Hare Krishna.
So, Prabhu, can you please take care of this? I have to. Your kids are still. Bhavya,
See, I
can
have
you.
to finish my chanting, and then I have to make sure my work is done,
Prabhu.
and we have to leave. Please,
Okay,
you can make it simple, okay?
Okay,
No need to
Prabhu.
be very,
Okay, Prabhu.
very.
Okay, Prabhu. You go.
lavish.
I'll take care of
Okay,
the
thank
things.
you,
Okay,
thank
you
you.
go, Prabhu. Prabhu, please come for the lunch.
Okay. Now it's
So, Prabhu, everything is ready. I have a meeting. Can you call the kids and ask them to clean up? I'm going for a meeting because I have a Rath Yatra meeting, Sunday school.
Suvrat, come down. Right now. Bhavya, are you done with your lunch? Okay. So we are leaving in half an hour. You guys should be ready. Okay. Can we leave on time?
So, Prabhu, yeah, I'm just
It's-
making.
it's 3
the-
o'clock.
Yes, yes, Prabhu, I'm doing, Prabhu.
I'm sitting in the car.
You,
I don't
you
care.
Go,
I
you
will
go,
leave.
Prabhu, you
Okay.
go and get ready.
Hare
I'm doing.
I'm sitting in the car, and within 5 minutes,
You go, Prabhu,
everybody should be
please,
in the
please,
car.
please.
Okay?
I'm trying my best, Prabhu, here. You know, you're seeing that. I'm working.
Suvrat, Bhavya, come in the car right now.
Is this quantity enough, Prabhu?
All good. Just do it fast.
Are you sure, Prabhu?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can you please pack this?
Nothing happens on time here.
See, Prabhu, you are on the phone since morning. I'm working hard here. You know that?
I'm not on the phone for my own sake.
Okay, Prabhu. Let's stop it. When
Okay.
Guru Ma will come, I need to talk because even I am the only one
What
who
does
is
Guru Maharaj say? Always be on time, be very punctual. He always leave on time for the program, right?
Okay, Prabhu. I'm
It's a
trying
service for
I'm
Krishna.
trying my heart, Prabhu. You know. Okay, so this is the fight. Now we are in the car. Then see what Prabhuji is saying.
I don't know what I'm saying. Huh? Always me. Always.
No, sometimes I also do.
Very rare.
Okay, Prabhuji, I'm sorry. You know that I had 2 meetings also, and you was always on the phone. What should I do, Prabhu?
Yeah, but we have to be on time. Why can't we on time? Every Sunday this is the issue.
No, Prabhu, I try my best, Prabhu. What can I do?
Okay, just let's go, and we'll figure out next Sunday. We'll make sure. I will try to help in the morning as much as I can, but I have a lot of things to do. So please manage your time properly.
Okay, Prabhu. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Hare
thank you.
Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Okay, let's go.
हेलो
एक मिनट है ये हम के बच्चे
चलो अच्छा करो
Okay.
हरे कृष्णा
Time to go to ISKCON Brampton Sunday feast.
And Radhika,
हाँ,
चलो
प्रभु।
फटाफट फटाफट
अरे
टाइम થઈ
ફટાફટ
ગયો
ફટાફટ શું વાર તો લાગે થોડી
જલ્દી જલ્દી અચ્યુત જાનવી ક્વિક 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 ટાઈમ થઈ ગયો છે
प्रभु मारे भोगा ने सेवा है आज मेरी भोगा की प्लीज जरा 2 मिनट शांति रखो जल्दी जल्दी हो जाए सब
જલ્દી ફટાફટ ફટાફટ
Yes,
લેટ
yes.
થઈ જાય આઈ ડોન્ટ વાન્ટ ટુ ગો લેટ
यस यस
चलो।
प्रभु करवा तो दो
અચ્યુત જલ્દી ફટાફટ નીચે આવી જા
हेलो हरे कृष्णा आनंदी मंजी माता जी अच्छा क्या हुआ बच्चे बीमार है आपको क्या बनाना
हेलो
रोटी
हाँ
बनानी
धनंजय कृष्ण प्रभु हरे कृष्ण
अरे बाप रे,
प्रणाम
मेरी
कृष्ण
बुआ की
श्री
सेवा है।
प्रभु
चलो कुछ करती हूँ मैं आप रखो
हाँ
फोन।
रथ यात्रा हाँ अभी आ रहा हूँ निकल रहा हूँ आ जाता हूँ
क्या करेंगे इनकी
नहीं
रोटी
उसको
बनानी है?
फोन करके आप बोलो कृष्णा प्रभु तो स्केड्यूल के हिसाब से
हाँ,
चले
ये मेरा- हाँ।
ठीक है मैं आ रहा हूँ बस निकल ही रहा हूँ आनंद राधिका जल्दी फटाफट
हाँ, 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 हाँ।
जल्दी जल्दी
5 मिनट आनंदी मंजरी माता जी का फोन आया था तो अभी मुझे भोगा तो करना ही है
अरे यार तारा
बनाई।
भोगा कितनी बार
प्रभु
सेवा गुरु महाराज ने बोली कि जितनी ताकत उतनी करो सब में हाँ हाँ हाँ
अब कोई बीमार बच्चा हो गया तो मैं क्या
डेलीगेट
कर
करना
सकती हूँ?
सीखो सेवा मैं नहीं डेलीगेट करो
अरे प्रभु डेलीगेट तो करते ही है लेकिन
हेलो
अभी कोई
कृष्णा
बीमार
को हाँ कृष्णा को हाँ
आपका
हाँ
इस्कॉन ब्रैम्पटन ही
हाँ।
खत्म नहीं होता जब देखो
हाँ,
इस्कॉन ब्रैम्पटन
हरे कृष्णा
इस्कॉन
प्रणाम
ब्रैम्पटन
कृष्ण श्री प्रभु
अच्युत जानवी हेल्प
हाँ,
कर
हाँ। ना ना अपन अपने हाँ
बच्चे भी
कर
सुनते
देंगे
नहीं
कर
है।
देंगे चलो
अरे क्या ओके ओके
हाँ।
जब देखो फोन फोन फोन
हाँ हाँ ठीक है ओके स्केड्यूल से अच्छा अच्छा
अरे हो जाएगा स्केड्यूल
हाँ
तो
बस
टाइम
मैं
है।
निकल रहा हूँ हाँ हरे कृष्ण
कल थोड़ी ना है।
हरे कृष्ण थैंक यू अच्युत जल्दी
प्रभु मुझे 10 मिनट तो लगेंगे ठीक है
10 મિનિટ મારી પાસે ટાઈમ નથી જઉં છું હું ગાડીમાં
अरे શું જાઉં છું
જલ્દી 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 અચ્યુત
અરે પ્રભુ વેટ પ્રભુ रुको આ તારા ડેડીનું કાયમનું છે જબ देखो भाग जाते
मैं जा रहा हूँ जल्दी फटाफट फटाफट बाहर आई जा अच्युत हेलो
जवा दे
अच्युत जल्दी आई जा फटाफट मम्मा ने कहा क्विक
अच्युत गया डैडी बाहर
ठीक।
जाने दो डैडी को धनंजय कृष्णा बाबू ने फोन कर ही विल कम गिव मी राइड
हेलो।
जाना ही नहीं आपके साथ मुझे
हाँ हाँ नहीं मैं तो वो
चलो
हाँ।
मेरा हो गया
बस आप बस गाड़ी मत छू गाड़ी में अभी 5 मिनट
हाँ
पहुंच
धनंजय कृष्णा प्रभु
10-15 मिनट
Please,
लगे यार
जरा
यार ये
लेवा
तो
आओ जो ना
मैनेज
मैंने,
करके
please।
गलत
हाँ मैं आज
गलती
आपके
कर
साथ
दी
चलूंगी बस बहुत हो गया इनका जब देखो चिल्लाते रहते काम तो मंदिर के लिए ही कर रहे हो और कुछ कर रहे हो
ओके हाँ ओके
चलो,
ओके
हो गया
थैंक यू
ये
थैंक यू
ready,
हरे
फटाफट
कृष्ण
पैक
हरे
कर दो
कृष्ण
इसको।
पहुंच रहा हूँ निकल रहा हूँ
हाँ
जल्दी
अभी है
हेलो हरे हाँ जानवी શું થયું તૈયાર થઈ ગઈ અરે જલ્દી આય જલ્દી ફટાફટ મોડું થાય છે
अब जा रहे हो तो जाओ ना
જલ્દી ક્વિક ક્વિક
चलो
કહી દે જલ્દી હું જઉં છું બહાર મારી ગાડી ચાલુ થઈ ગઈ છે હું નીકળી રહ્યો છું હરે કૃષ્ણ એને આવવું હોય તો આવે ને તો નહીં જાય તો સેવા તો લઈ લેજો બધી
મને આવશે ધનંજય કૃષ્ણ
મોડું
લેने
મોડું
के
કરે
लिए।
છે દર વખતે
ये हर रोज का इनका हो गया कुछ करो इनका
आई कैनॉट गो लेट आई हैव टू रीच इन टाइम हरे कृष्ण
रीच
हरे
टाइम
कृष्ण
जैसे हम तो जाते नहीं
हरे
टाइम
कृष्ण
हर संडे तो पहुंचते हर संडे जल्दी जाते आते सबसे लास्ट
नमाम विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते कतदास अधिकारी इति नाम नमाम विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी इति नाम रे प्रभु नित्यानंद से अद्वैत
बाहर
गदाधर
जाके
शिवासादि
खड़े रहेंगे
गौ।
हर संडे का ड्रामा
हरे कृष्ण
चलो
हरे कृष्ण,
अच्छू
कृष्ण
जानवी
कृष्ण, हरे राम,
निकलो
हरे राम, राम। हेलो आना है नहीं आना है मैं जा रहा हूँ मैंने गाड़ी बाहर ले ली
आ गए ना चलो गाड़ी चलाओ अभी
हरे कृष्ण,
फटाफट
हरे कृष्ण। रोज की मगजमारी है
क्या रोज की
काय के लिए
मगजमारी?
सेवा इतनी ज्यादा लेते हो जितना
कहाँ
हो
ज्यादा
उतने ले
ये कुछ कभी काम बढ़ जाता है
अच्युत
तो
किधर गया जल्दी अच्युत क्विक हरे कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण
चलो मोड चेंज
हरे
कर
कृष्ण। जल्दी निकल जाना चाहिए जितनी टाइम है उतना टाइम पे पहुंचना चाहिए राइट टाइम पहुंचना चाहिए सेवा का मतलब ये है जितनी हो सके उतनी लो सेवा लेकिन राइट टाइम लो
गुरु माँ आएंगे ना मैं बात करूंगा
अरे बात करना गुरु महाराज से बात करना
गुरु
कि वो
महाराज-
भी ऐसा ही कहेंगे
तो
कि
गुरु महाराज भी
सेवा
बोलेंगे
लिए तो
सही
टेंपल की सेवा प्रायोरिटी है घर की सेवा प्रायोरिटी नहीं है ठीक है
अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है प्रभु ऐसे झगड़ा करना अच्छा लगता है बच्चे बड़े हो रहे हैं
अरे
क्या
बच्चे
देखेंगे,
बड़े
क्या
क्या
सीखेंगे?
बच्चे बड़े हो रहे हैं
हम
फटाफट
होते
फटाफट
devotee
निकलना
उसका-
चाहिए ना पता है रोज का टाइम एवरी वीकेंड जाना है
अच्छा, अभी
संडे
आ
को
गए ना चलो लेट हो
ओके
रहा है
चलो
आपका मंदिर बंद हो गया।
ब्रर। ठीक है चलो अभी
नहीं नहीं मुझे बात ही नहीं करनी है।
हाँ हाँ ठीक है चलो वैष्णव है तो
हाँ तो मंदिर में सारे
इसलिए
वैष्णव तो हम तो है ही नहीं
हाँ
वैष्णव।
वैष्णव है इसलिए वैष्णव है इसीलिए तो चल रहा है ये नहीं तो अभी तो मैं तो चला जाता वृंदावन छोड़ बोल के सब ये तो महाराज ने मना किया मत यहाँ सेवा करो इसलिए रखा हूँ तो कब का चला गया होता तुम लोग से छोड़ के
अच्छा
ये
ठीक है
दिमाग
सॉरी
खराब करने
हो
का
गया
रोज
लेट।
एवरी संडे का मगजमारी है
अभी हो गया बोला ना सॉरी
ओके चलो हरे
कभी कभार
कृष्ण
थोड़ा हेल्प कर देना
हाँ 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 ठीक है चलो नेक्स्ट टाइम ठीक से कर लेना राइट टाइम हरे कृष्ण थैंक यू हरे कृष्ण थैंक यू वेरी मच हरे कृष्ण Hare Krishna. Hopefully it's happening to every one of us, right? लेकिन still we are Vaishnava, so like तणारपि सुनिचेना तरोरई सब अमाने ना मान देना कीर्तियाँ सदा हरी, right? तो हमें मान नहीं रख लेना चाहिए, लेकिन अपने स्पाउस को मान देना चाहिए. Thank you. हरे कृष्ण.
हरे बोल. रिसेंटली एक ऐसे इंसिडेंट हो गया, किसी बड़े अच्छे आचार्य है, बड़े अच्छे साधु है वृंदावन में, उनसे बात कर रहे थे और फिर एक भक्त भी आए हैं, इस्कॉन के थे, और फिर बोले बार बार यही बोल रहे कि हमें अच्छा संग नहीं मिल रहा, वैष्णव संग होना चाहिए, वैष्णव संग होना चाहिए, वैष्णव संग होना चाहिए, और कुछ होता नहीं है, वैष्णव संग नहीं हो, हमारा एसोसिएशन नहीं हो रहा, ऐसा वैसा. उन्होंने सुन लिया. थोड़ी देर बाद बोलते हैं, पूछते हैं, आपकी पत्नी इस्कॉन में है ना? बोले हाँ महाराज. आपके बच्चे? हाँ. तो क्या वो वैष्णव नहीं है? एंड इट वाज आई ओपनर. तो उन्होंने क्या बोला, सीधा ऐसा कहा कि घर के वैष्णवों की पहले परख करना सीखो, फिर बाद में वैष्णव संग करना. So it was a very nice eye opener. So yeah, I think yeah, सबके घर में यही होता है, but it was all ecstatic.
So गुरु महाराज, I guess आपको और माता जी गुरु माँ को जब भी हिचकी आती है तो हम लोग बीच में ला रहे हैं हमारे झगड़े में आपको. Not always that is the reason for the हिचकी, but there are times when that happens.
कल रथ यात्रा में मैंने तो कॉल ऑफ कर दिया था, क्योंकि हमारे बहुत समय बिगड़ गया ऑलरेडी. वी वेस्टेड so much time. So I would like to have a show of hands. Who would like to go to Rath Yatra?
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,